What's up, gents? How's it going?
Hey
Hello,
everyone.
everyone.
Hope you had a good evening. Nandan, did you wake up to some massive profits again?
Yeah, actually with the crypto trade I took yesterday, I went into profitability. I'll share my chart really quick.
Yeah, please do.
Um,
While you do that, as always, everyone watching us on the various streams there, if you got any questions, please pop them there in the chat and we'll be happy to take that for you.
all right, so
All
hopefully you
right,
can.
Nandan, there we go. Yeah.
Nice. So yesterday, right as we went live, a couple minutes before we went live, I took a trade on Bitcoin. I bought it, and at the time of buying it, I had the entire crypto market on my side. XRP, Ethereum, everything was going up. And when I bought it, luckily we went into profit immediately, and we just kept moving up. We didn't really pull back, or my stop was pretty far away. It was around like 88,000, something like that, 88,250, something like that. Um, but yeah, now I've got my stop to break even. I'd like to generally hold this trade for, I'd like to see this pair retest the all-time highs, this crypto to retest the all-time highs and potentially break out and move even higher. So I'm holding this guy. If it starts to reverse on the 1 hour or the 4 hour, these trend indicators start to point sideways, then it's probably a good idea to take some profit at that point. I haven't taken any profit yet. The only thing I've done with this trade is moved my stop loss to break even. So even if this position does come all the way back down and hits my stop, well, I get out with a few pips of profit. But I'm okay with that happening. It's just way too early to take profit, in my opinion,
Okay.
especially since these are brand new moves to the upside. So I'm gonna see. I'll keep monitoring this Bitcoin to see if it is continuously moving up. We do have some US dollar news today at 6:45 my time, Pacific time. So it'll be interesting to see if that has any effect on Bitcoin or the rest of the market at all. But we did have news earlier today. I don't believe that did much to the markets. Let me just confirm one more time.
Were you talking about the flash manufacturing and services PMI for the
Yeah.
dollar?
Yes.
That's in about half an hour, right?
Yeah, about half an hour.
Yes,
Yeah,
sorry.
so we did have some movements in the Asian session with dollar being weak, but if I go into my spreadsheet here, let me share the spreadsheet to you guys. So this is what I'm currently seeing in the spreadsheet today. There's lots of consolidations on the daily time frames, not a lot of trends going on, just a lot of bouncing around in the 4 hour. The 4 hour, what I've kind of noticed is one day a currency will be strong and the next day the complete opposite will happen. It'll probably
Mm.
go weak. So it's kind of a weird period in the market right now where the market's trying to figure out a direction to go in. The Swissies are the only currency that I could see, and all the 8 currencies I trade that has some sort of consistency on the 4 hour charts. But I think the dailies, they're not developed at all yet, so I'd like to see some more separation and angle with my trend indicators to be able to write another trading plan. But there are some Swissy pairs I was taking a look at. But overall, my main objective for today's main trading session is to just wait until that news comes out. I didn't really like anything, and nothing really seemed interesting to me. The only thing that might have been something that was noteworthy was gold moving down. If I go into my gold charts here, we can see gold is, pretty much reversed out of the moves it's made in the last couple of days, and it's still moving down. So I'm not really here to sell gold right now because I'm pretty late into the move. Gold has been moving down, for hours and hours. So I think I'm late into this move. I'm just looking for a consolidation on this 4 hour chart to move sideways and then potentially reverse back up to the upside. But you know, gold can just completely tank and keep going lower. I don't know. I'm certainly not looking to hold a position if I do sell it for right now because we have a strong weekly uptrend in place. The trend is still strong on the larger time frame. So any trade that I do take based on intraday movements for a sell will be treated as a day trade. They're not going to be treated as trend trades, at least not for right now, even though we have a 4 hour fresh cross. I'm just not convinced yet that this trend is ready flip to the downside completely. So we'll see how the pair develops, how gold develops in the next day and next couple of sessions. But gold is not really an instrument I'm looking to trade for right now. But you certainly could have made some pips on it today. Um, Current price alerts and current trading plans I do have in place. Well, actually, let me go back to that spreadsheet. So the US dollar has been interesting. The weakness has completely come out, and there was some strength yesterday in the dollar, but that's completely come out as well. So it's doing that weird thing where it's going strong one day, going weak the other. And now I think with this news announcement that is coming out, we can potentially see a direction being chosen by the market. So I gotta wait until that news comes out, reevaluate the charts, and then we'll go from there. But uh, the Swissies only they have some consistency on the 4 hour. The daily and the weekly are not consistent at all. And the euro pairs, we have no alignment on the 4 hour D1 or the weekly time frames. They're pretty much just mixed. They're going in either direction or they're just going completely sideways. Same thing with the yen. We did have some yen strength yesterday, but that strength has completely come out of the market, and there's not much to say about the yen pairs other than they're pretty much just mixed right now. Same thing goes for the pound dollar, the British pound. We have no alignment. And what I mean by alignment, again, for those of you who have not seen this spreadsheet before, is I have an example of the pound being strong. So I want one of these three boxes to be aligned how uh, it is in pound strength. If I want the pound to be strong, I want 5 out of 7 of these guys to be in the same direction or copying, mimicking this box here. And for weakness, I'd like it to be mimicking this box here. But we don't have any sort of alignment at all. The Aussie dollar is an interesting currency group. So despite the spreadsheet not showing anything, the Aussie dollar pairs are near major 4 hour or resistance and support areas. So 4 hour and daily support and resistance areas. So it'd be interesting to see a couple of those pairs I got lined up. But the Canadian dollar, not much consistency there as well. It's just completely mixed. And for the New Zealand dollar, we have some strength creeping back into this pair. So um, with that being said, I want to point again to this D1. Look at this daily bar over here, this column. More than half of the pairs are not trending. So any trade right now is not necessarily going to be a trend that's in place. It's going to be a new and developing trend or a reversal. So
Nandan, sorry, with that spreadsheet, so do you go there on the left column
yeah,
where you've got H4, D1, W1 for each pair, and then look at your trend indicators and then just toggle whether you say no trend or see a up, down, or
yeah,
neutral, and then that would fill in the cells on the right-hand side.
exactly. Yep, that's
Okay.
exactly right. So it does
So
it
what
automatically
is
for me.
your procedure for this? Like, do you do this every morning, once a day?
Yeah, so I do this every day. I do it 2 times sometimes when the market gets really hard to tell and it gets choppy and mixed. That's when I drill down the charts, probably 2 times
Okay.
in a day. But usually what happens is after the market rollover happens, so it's around I'd say like 6:30 p.m. my time, which is Pacific time. I'm here in California, United States.
Mm-hmm.
So around that time is when I like to do my daily market analysis. So what I do is I line up every single one of the pairs that I trade, and I start from the weekly time frame, so the largest time frame I look at,
Okay.
and
Top
then I
down.
look at yeah, top down. I look at what the trend indicators are telling me. So in this case it's a no trend because the trend indicators, even though they're pinched off, they don't have angle and separation like we do in this
Yeah.
area right here. And then I go to the daily. We're in a strong uptrend. The trend indicators are clearly separated and they're pointing straight up.
Mm-hmm.
And then I go to the 4 hour. Now the 4 hour, even though they have very tiny bit of angle and separation, it's not enough for me to classify it as an uptrend. I would say it's a developing 4 hour uptrend, but for me, I'd classify it as not trending. And I do that for 28 pairs. That's the power of multiple time frame analysis that gives you a really nice overview of what's going on in the overall market condition. So
Gotcha.
overall market condition is not that great as of right now, and I'm hoping
Mm.
this news will have something. It will shake something up. So with that being said, I did have some pairs I wanted to go over. specifically. Aussie dollar was one of them. We've been looking at this pair for a really long time, hoping for it to break higher, and it hasn't done that completely yet. It's definitely poked out of its major resistance on the weekly time frame, and the daily is still in a strong uptrend. However, the 4-hour has been consolidating. Now, I'd like the consolidation to be even longer. To be honest, this is a really strong move to the upside. So we're just starting to consolidate, but we can continue higher, definitely. I just prefer it to consolidate longer and go sideways even longer, so we can get more of a, in my opinion, what could be a stable move. You have the longer the consolidation, the larger the move is. So, um, but I could be totally wrong. This pair could continuously just move up. Sometimes when news happens, it can really shake things up, and you get really strong momentum in one direction. But with the Aussie dollar, I'm looking at a break of this resistance here at 0.6443, and then past there we have potential all the way up to these highs over here. Around like 0.68545. So that would be my trading plan for this pair. Moving to the next pair is the dollar CAD. Dollar CAD, again, it's the fresh weekly downtrend. Daily time frame has been going down, although we are starting to point sideways on this daily. So what's been happening with these dollar pairs, again, they've been moving down and moving up. They've been trading what they're doing every single day. They're doing the exact opposite of what they're doing every single day. So it's not stable. And I did mention that, if the dollar was moving in weakness for so long, it's going to eventually start to pull back and potentially consolidate even longer. And that's kind of what's happening right now. You're getting really unstable movements, and the dollar's just becoming a lot more unstable. So news can definitely change that, which is why I'm prioritizing this news event. I'm not really interested in trading anything before, especially because we're only about 20 minutes away from that news as well. But again, with this dollar CAD, I'm looking for a breakout to the downside of 1.3778. If it breaks past there, I think we certainly have potential all the way down to 1.350. And yeah, we'll monitor how this pair moves after the news. Next pair is the Aussie Swiss. So on the spreadsheet, we indicated some 4-hour weakness on the Swissy pairs, and we don't have any consistency on the daily timeframes on any of the Swissy pairs. They're pretty much just, I'd say they're not separated enough. The change in momentum doesn't look that smooth. This kind of looks like a V-shaped reversal almost. So I don't really necessarily like to trade V-shaped reversals. You got to really have strong momentum on your side or a news catalyst on your side. That's more indicative of a more stable movement. But anything can happen in these markets. I can be telling you to take more caution, and this pair can potentially take this whole move back. So you just have to keep monitoring what's going on in the markets and understand who's driving the movement. And with this Aussie dollar Swiss pair, I'm looking at a breakout of 52.95, and past there, I don't know if this pair will take this whole move back. I really don't know. It certainly can, but if it does break out of 52.95, it certainly has potential to move back up to here. So you're going to have to continuously monitor this pair, especially since we don't have a D1 trend in place and the D1 trend indicators are not fully separated yet. There's no angle in separation. Um, Now the next pair is the New Zealand dollar. It's very similar to the Aussie dollar. We've had the big move to the upside. We're in a strong weekly uptrend in this pair because the dollar was just so weak. Now we're starting to consolidate. We're starting to have more unstable movements. And again, I'd like to see these dollar pairs consolidate for a little longer before they make a move to the upside. But just in case they do move and break out to the upside, I'm looking at a breakout of 0.6035. And then past there, I think we have potential all the way back to these highs of 6,300. And again, your job as a trader is to continue to continuously monitor the markets, and we have a very strong news announcement, or a volatile news announcement that is coming up. Next pair is the New Zealand dollar Swiss. This pair is similar to the Aussie Swiss that we just went over. It looks a little bit better than the Aussie Swiss. the chart formation. The trend indicators on the daily time frame are a little bit more separated. There's a little bit more angle here, but it's still not fully in place. The 4-hour certainly looks a lot better. We've kind of cleared out all this junk that was in the way, and I just don't have enough consistency yet to get into a buy trade as of right now. There's not enough New Zealand dollar strength in the market, nor is there Swissy weakness in the market as of looking at it right now. It's more so that the market is just consolidating and having random movements before the US dollar news announcement. But yeah, major objective today, looking at all these pairs is to wait for that news announcement. Another pair that I wanted to go over, this is probably the last one, is gold. Gold really started moving down. I think I actually did go over gold.
Yes.
I did. Okay. Okay. Yeah. Just for a recap, I wanted to consolidate longer and move back to the upside, but yeah, just waiting for the news to come out for right now. That's
Gotcha.
yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, same on my side. I think also be waiting for that news. It's only 15 minutes after the open.
Yeah.
But Igor, do you want to share your charts with us?
Yes, I would like to maybe to start from the news, and then to start to share my charts. So I will just a little bit put this the calendar for today, because I have just a few things to show. Okay, for today we had flash manufacturing and flash services PMI. So just to give for anyone that watch right now this news, just few things just to know how to watch this. So the Purchasing Manager Index, or PMI, is some kind of the crucial economic indicator, because you get insight into economic health of the country, manufacturing and services sectors. And the catch here is that you get two news. One, manufacturing PMI that covers factory output, employment, inventories, and other things. And services reflects conditions in non-manufacturing sector. And what is the crucial here? What you need to watch is number 50, because above 50, sector is expanding. Below 50, sector is contracting. And this is very important, and I will just show today why this is important. So, for example, if we have this situation for British pound dollar, so you can see the flash services for British pound dollar. We had a market that was above 50, and then after the news we saw below 50. And when that happens, we get, in that case, a bad news for British pound dollar. And this is why is this very important to notice that and to see how market react. Now, when we saw that, I will just go to the charts just to see the reaction of the market in that particular cases. So first thing that I want to show you right now, to show how we had a 3 hours. So I just put here just to watch, because we are in the opening range right now. So
it's not
let's
showing
go
yet,
to
Igor.
the
Just 1 second.
1 hour
Oh, there
chart
we
to
go.
get a better perspective here. So what's happened? I will take
Igor, your
maybe
internet connection is a bit choppy right now. It's hard to understand what you're saying.
minute. Just
Igor,
show
your chart's not showing.
here. Yes, please.
Yeah, the internet connection is still chopped up.
Yeah.
Yet.
You might have to restart that, Igor. I can't see your chart on the screen yet. Yeah,
Can
I
you
think
see
we
me?
completely lost him now.
You're frozen on the camera as well on my screen, so I cannot see your chart nor you.
I'll just type him on the side here. Maybe you can see that. Yeah.
Yes, it
All right. He's
was
every
some
time I
problem
want
with the connection.
All right. Now I can
So,
hear you, but I
can you
can't
see
see
me
you.
and hear right now?
Yes, your voice is perfect, but your image is frozen. And there's no chart showing. That's better. Something's happening.
There you go.
Okay.
I think
Now
you've
it sounds
muted
gone.
yourself.
Yeah, just unmute yourself there, Igor. A little bit of tech issues this morning. I had the same problem. Igor, can you hear us? All right, guys. I might have to quickly show my charts while Igor is
Yeah.
sorting out his issues. I'm going to remove his charts because he cannot hear us for some reason. And then I'll just quickly jump into mine.
Yeah, I can see him. I can see him fine now. I just
Yeah, I just can't hear him.
yeah, it shows that you've muted yourself. I think on the Google Meets.
Do you hear me right now?
There we go.
There you go.
Nice. Nice. Something happens. So I didn't, from my side, I refresh my link, and I hope that you can see me right now.
Yeah, it looks, I don't know why, because I'm in the back end here. It looks like I can also unmute that, but I tried and it didn't want to. But anyway, now you seem to be 100%.
Yeah.
We missed everything you were talking about, so you'll have to start again.
Yes. Do you want to show your charts?
I'm still all right. I mean, I'm gonna have to wait for another 10 minutes
To start
before
again?
I can really show anything. Yeah, you can start again.
Yeah, I can start again. Okay, I will add the charts
Yeah.
again. So I don't know which part did you hear about me. So
We
You
lost
gotta
you as
I
soon
will
as your
start
charts
again.
came up, so you'll have to talk
Yeah.
us through that again.
Okay.
Yeah, you seem fine. It's just I'm not seeing any charts
Can
yet.
you see me?
Yeah, you're frozen.
Hello, can you see me?
Igor, if you can hear me, maybe just
Can you see me
yeah,
right
I
now?
can hear you. There's something's happening now.
I can. Okay. Can you see
That's
me and
better.
hear
Yes.
right now?
Yeah. That's better.
So
No, it's completely frozen again.
Yeah.
it's okay.
You're
Not.
coming and going, Igor.
Can I start?
Yeah. Try again. If not, then I'm gonna switch to my charts and then maybe just refresh or restart your internet. Yeah, it's completely gone again.
Can you see me and hear me?
Yes, Igor. Can you hear us?
You're coming in and out.
Please.
This is so unfortunate.
All right.
Yeah, you want to go ahead and share your
Yeah, I'm
chart?
going to do that.
Yeah,
Maybe just type Nandan, type him there on the side that maybe just he needs to refresh or restart his internet connection. And while he's doing that, I'll just quickly take the reins here and share my screens.
sure thing.
Thanks, bud.
Okay.
Right, let's kick things off here with the NASDAQ. Again, I'm following the NASDAQ, the S&P 500, as well as WTI crude. Again, trading between the 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. time window, looking for what we call a liquidity sweep, meaning that I want to see during that time window price take out a specific level. Generally, overnight session highs or lows could be Asian highs or lows, previous days highs or lows. It doesn't really matter, but what follows after price does take out these levels is what's important. I want to start seeing an immediate reversal in any one of these markets, these three that I'm following, and then I'll switch to 1 minute time frame if I start seeing a break of structure, meaning that when you're dealing with a trend, for example, what is the structure? High highs, high lows, right? During an uptrend. So what I mean by break of structure, let's say price strikes out this red level over here at 19,002, which is actually a previous high that occurred here on the 15th of April, so quite some time back. If price takes out that high, just pips above it, it doesn't have to close above it, just wick above it is good enough, and we start seeing a reversal downwards, I'll switch to a 1 minute time frame, not showing this on 1 minute now, but just as for explanation purposes. I don't want to see price take out a previous structure point. So in this case, a higher low, because that's also an early indication that you might be seeing a reversal. So you could also be dealing with the early stages of a liquidity sweep or grab, as they call it. And then I'll be looking for fair value gap, bearish fair value gaps that forms during that decline. And then I'll use those as my trade locations. All right. So price is currently not quite there on the NASDAQ yet, nearly broke above that high. So I'll keep an eye on that. If price does pip it or just move slightly above it and reverse lower, then I'll switch to the 1 minute time frame and share my charts again and see if we can get into a trade. That being said, within 3 minutes time, we do have flash manufacturing and services PMI news coming out. You can see here on the actual S&P 500, there are quite a lot of lines I still need to clean up. It's because I've had PC issues this morning, or internet issues myself. In any case, once that news comes out, I'm not going to open a position going into that news event. But let's say price pips one of these levels to the upside here on the S&P 500, one of the levels being 5,491 or 5,521, the one higher up. If we see a break of those levels, maybe during or just after the news event, but then we start seeing a reversal lower and follow those, how can I say, the steps that I've discussed on the NASDAQ, then I'll look for a potential entry there. Right. Then I also do this on the WTI crude oil markets. We've had a substantial decline of almost $2, just slightly more than $2 here from around the 4:35 a.m. mark. So the overnight session on the for the American markets. Price broke these clusters of lows that we were looking at yesterday, but it occurred prior to the time window. Remember, I want to see those lows or highs taken out during that time window, because that's my specific entry time window that I want to see the setups occur. That also being said, at 10:30 we've got crude oil inventories that come out. So crude oil inventories can be quite volatile for crude oil specifically. So I'll keep an eye on that. That's still 45 minutes away from now. So we'll have to wait and see. I won't be trading crude oil until those figures come out either. All right. So a little bit of sitting on my hands until for the indices, that is, that news comes out, which should actually come now in very shortly. I think in a few seconds' time. And then, yeah, if those levels get broken on the indices, then I might take a trade. Alternatively, price might just fly up from here and never look back, right? So we had a nice strong pump up yesterday. There was also that breakout strategy that I look at, where we look at the first 15-minute range on the NASDAQ. This was it. These horizontal black lines, price broke out of it, closed above it on the 5-minute, retested the zone. Remember, I had my buy or a little bit too conservative sort of here in the middle, because it was quite a large fair value gap that we also had within that range, or the upper limit of that range. But price just certainly took off to the upside very, very strongly. So I didn't chase it at that moment. Unfortunately, missed that trade. All right, so news should be out.
Yeah, looking at it right now. There was some volatility right before the news, a couple minutes before it came out with the Aussie dollar. So interestingly enough, but
so the manufacturing PMI is slightly better than expected, while the services PMI is slightly worse than expected. So
yes,
by the looks of it and by the reaction in the markets, probably a non-event currently.
yes. Guys, can you
By
hear
the
me
way,
right
I
now?
don't know if you watched the stocks, but what happened with Tesla? I think they had a really good earnings, which is, I don't understand. I just briefly read a headline this morning, but I didn't look into it. So maybe I'll look at that in a short while and see what happened there. Anyway, sorry, Igor, I had to take you off screen there. Hopefully you can hear us okay now.
Yes, I can hear you well all the time, but the problem that you cannot hear me.
Yeah,
so,
it's good now. It's a lot better now.
Yeah, that's way better. So maybe take things over there again. Sorry, Igor. And
no problem. First, to ask
what you got.
Did you hear the whole story related to the PMI and the fundamentals and calendar?
Yes.
Okay,
yep.
So I can start with
and
charts.
Then you went to your trading view chart, and that's when it stopped.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
No problem. I will start again, just to show you everything. So let me start from the beginning. I think it is the best approach from the yesterday. So yesterday we had for British pound dollar and euro dollar almost very similar pattern. So we had the ultimate high, that is the 1.3425. We reach one time, then double top, then we start to go down. But the problem is, if you see this relative strength index just below here, the problem that yesterday we had a push after the Asia session to the high, a little bit higher, and that changed the whole perspective in one moment. So it looks like we're still bullish. There's no problem. We had some bearish divergence, but it was not strong. And then something happened during the just when we finished our session yesterday. US dollar just started to pump, and we just started to go down, and that down was nothing, was from 1.3080 to the 1.3240, so almost 150 pips in just 5 hours. And it was a really huge push, and for British pound and for euro dollar. And then, of course, I started to be bearish as anyone here. So the question was this. Yesterday, if you remember, I made a trade, and that trade was bullish trade, and my stop loss was 1.3360. And now that is resistance. So previous support now is resistance. So I can tell that if we are below 1.336, I'm bearish. However, what's happened is an interesting part. I will show right now euro dollar, and I will show you how the technical analysis can trick our mind sometimes. So here, as you can see, yesterday actually 2 days ago, we started bearish movement a little bit. We touched the ultimate high again. We started to go down. It was a crazy movement down. But during the Asia session, we had one very, very big push. And that big push is almost more than 100 pips. And what's happened is, in one moment, when we reached this high here, I was in that moment, oh, bearish trend is finished. I'm ready maybe to go buy again and something like that. But in that moment happens something very important that if you remember my charts previously that I show a lot of times in the past, what I put on the chart are two things. Except the relative strength index, I like to put a simple moving average 50, and I like to put a pivot point area. And that pivot point area is something that can help us very often to get right bias. And this example is perfect. So if I use only relative strength index, I can say, oh, relative strength index is broken. I can go, for example, right now, maybe I'm bullish again. We have for sure we just broke this relative strength index, etc. However, there is one catch here. Yesterday, we had a strong push down. And if you calculate the pivot point, you will have one high, which is really high, 1.342, for example, for British pound dollar. And we will have a close and low almost the same, which means that we will have a pivot point somewhere here, as you can see, around the 50% of Fibonacci retracement. So if people use Fibonacci or people use pivot points, on the end, it's very similar, because your pivot point will be somewhere on the 50% of Fibonacci retracement in that way, usually. And what's happened there, actually, the center of the pivot point area. And what I want to tell you is this. Even we had a strong push during the Asia session for euro dollar and British pound dollar. Whole day, we are below the pivot point area. If you see this right now price level that I show on the chart, this is the high of the euro session of the British pound dollar. You can see that this is the lower part of that pivot point area. And here is my bearish bullish validation point. So we are whole day below. So we are in bearish move, bearish intraday movement. Even that sometimes relative strength index or any other oscillator can trick us. If we use simple moving average 50, if we use Fibonacci retracement or pivot points, all of them will show the same. In the same time, this price level here is just touch the simple moving average 50. So when we calculate all of that, we are in the bearish move. So that bias, a bearish bias for today, is very, very important. Otherwise, I could a lot of times make bad orders. Even I made one bad order during the euro session because I was strict. I was thinking that I broke the relative strength index, retest the relative strength index trend line, but somehow I figure out that I didn't analyze the market very well. I do the math again, and after that, after the technical analysis, I realized that we are whole day in the bearish move. I know that some beginner traders will tell, it's obvious if you just watch the naked chart, it's a bearish. I know, but in some moments, especially in this moment here, you can be you can think, okay, this is bullish, So it's very important, this concept and this part of the story. So today, like I said, I have a few bearish orders, and I believe that today we can touch again this yesterday low. So my trades will be in that direction. I believe that we are very, very high probability that we will go to the new lows. However, because my bullish bearish validation point right now is too high, more than 70 pips or almost 70 pips for British pound dollar, this price level is not good to enter into the trade right now, but the bias is bearish. So I'm completely bearish for the British pound dollar. And now what I started to talk when we had a problem with the connection is just if we watch 1 minute chart and we draw horizontal lines. I will just find, okay, this is here, horizontal line. So you can see that last 4 hours or 3 hours, we had this kind of range. I need again to take a horizontal line. Sorry, because I'm too... What is problem with me? I don't know. There's so many. This is the horizontal line. So we have a range. And in one moment, just a couple minutes before the US opening range, we're starting to break this range. And a lot of traders that I know, especially when I work with the students, they're ready to, we'll break the range. I will enter buy order here. So it's very important, even if you're a scalper, is to understand that if you want to scalp during the opening range, your goal is to be opposite. As Richard has the same strategy that I really like, I'm trying to, if I'm bearish, I'm trying to sell European high for indices or for other assets. So this is the catch for US Open. And as you can see, we had a false breakout, that we had a news, and then we started to go down. And as you remember about the news, these news are mixed totally. So for flash manufacturing PMI, now we have a better news above 50. And for flash services, it's a little bit worse. But both sectors, this is very important for the US market, both sectors, and flash manufacturing PMI and flash services PMI, both sectors are above 50, which means positive. And as you can see, the market don't care a lot about this news. So in this way, so they do not think, they think more about tariffs, they think more about their setups than this news. And this news we can use only to make a better position for our trades. But as you can see, it was just a few pips above this range, and nothing special somehow if you analyze that. So right now, I will just show you, if you go to the futures, so I can go to the British pound futures right now, and that I just want to show you that I really like when we trade, and that is that we had this candle here. It was the candle, I think, just the end of our session, something like that. So always in US session and the European session, you have one high bearish, high volume candle that real moves market after that. If you see after that candle, we got more than 100 pips down. And right now, of course, we have a strong bearish candle right now, but this is more because of the news and the opening range. However, we need to monitor this, and this can be beginning of the strong push down. So this is very important. And sometimes you can watch. I will just go to the euro too, just to see, but it will be very, very similar. So yes, yesterday we had this candle, this free candle, so big push after that. And of course, right now we have a strong bearish volume candle for the euro dollar too. And this is the question that I want to share with you. So later I will talk maybe more about some technical stuff if we have a time. But just right now, what I want to tell about my trade, related to Aussie dollar, just to see what's happened here when we analyze this this chart of, for example, right now, okay, the whole market is as you can see, today is a bullish day too. So the good thing is, I will move my stop loss maybe to break even. If you remember, I keep Aussie dollar. So if I see that we start to break these last 3 candles that we have right now, it will be almost my break-even position. I will be out of my trade, because if US dollars start to recover and if we get some strong push downside for euro dollar and British pound dollar, I would not like to be on the wrong side of the market, especially in the swing trade. So I will just monitor this and move my stop loss because this is my trade. So for this part of the session, I wanted this to share with you, and later I will show you a few things related to the strategy. So do you have any questions, guys, or remarks about my talk?
No, all makes perfectly sense.
Yep.
Just on my side, we just had new home sales come out, and that was rather volatile, a bit unexpected. Just watching the indices on my side here, 724,000 sold. Compare forecast at 784. So we had quite a large up and down swing. So things a bit volatile on the side, yeah.
Yeah,
But
gold
what's
has
new
been
these days?
going crazy.
You have something to show there, Nandan?
Unfortunately, no. I missed this move on gold, man. I'm frustrated.
Is
It's
it going up again?
no, it's just completely gone down. It is.
Yeah.
It's currently. I mean, if I can check on my screen, gold is currently at a 2.5% movement again, and it's just going down like a. It's just going down like a missile.
Yeah.
Let me try
I
to
want to show you
share my
something that
screen.
I've seen the other day as well after that, and I just need to find it first.
All right.
Where was it?
Okay. Hopefully you can see my screen. Can you guys see my screen?
Come up now. There we go.
Okay. Yeah. So in the last hour, we've moved 650 pips on gold, which is absolutely
Wow.
crazy.
Yes.
Yeah. Looking at this 15-minute time frame, I was looking on potentially entering in on this 15-minute consolidation. Just looking at the cycles it's been making on the 30-minute time frame, it's been moving down, kind of consolidating and pulling back, and then it makes another big move down. It's been doing that, and when I was looking at the charts, we were about right here, I think, when we started the meeting, and it's moved down oh my gosh, it just moved down almost 1,000 pips again. And actually, I've been stopped out of my original position that I had on a couple days ago, which I entered in right here, and we made this big humongous move to the upside. So the remaining lots that I had on this position have pretty much been stopped out, which is okay because I took profit when we were when we made our move to this area here, I believe. And unfortunately, the rest of the lots got stopped out, but this is pretty amazing to see with gold. I mean, I love to see it. These very volatile moves. Unfortunately, I missed it. I had the chance to do it, but I got too caught up with the
Can I
session.
show you something on a chart I've been working on here on the side?
Yeah, of course.
And actually, kudos to someone else that I follow. Sometimes read into his stuff a little bit on YouTube. He's big into Elliott wave analysis. Very, very accurate stuff. But he was showing a little bit of a different chart here, also using market geometry, especially on gold, because he likes addressing things when everything seems a little bit dangerous, especially when things go up like gold has. So basically, what he's been following is he's reckoning this cycle that started here in November 2022. He reckons it's potentially very close to the end of a 5-wave cycle. I know you guys are probably a little bit familiar with Elliott wave analysis. Where's that tool, by the way? Let me just get that out. So he was counting this as a 1, 2, this is a 3, that's a 4, and then this being like a blow off top fifth wave cycle. Now, whether that cycle's done or still needs to make another high, we'll have to watch price action with that. But I also follow or use market geometry, especially pitchforks, quite a lot when analyzing bigger picture or a larger time frames. In this case, it's just a daily over here, right? But when price actually leaves the boundaries of pitchforks, you see we even got, I think it's 150% and minus 150%, what we call warning lines, above and below the actual median lines. So this is your median line, upper median line, low median line. You can see for a long time, price sort of been vibrating around the middle one. It acted a little bit as a resistance here, and it had a decline here when it hit it the first time, right? The upper median line, it went back to the median line. I think Dr. Alan Andrews always said that the guy that invented the pitchforks, that when price hits an upper or lower median line, is about, I think, an 80% or so chance that price can revert back to your center median line, which it did perfectly over there. But then we had this really skyrocketing effect to the upside. And this actually works, what I'm going to show you now, really well with Bitcoin as well, because it can just move extraordinarily fast and a long distance in a very short period of time. So if we currently set on the automatic chart here. Now, if you go to logarithmic, look what happened when price clapped that, what's his name, for the second time around. And this is actually the first time on a logarithmic chart that price hit that upper median line. And now you're having a very, very strong decline downwards, potentially meaning that could have been the fifth wave. I'm not 100% convinced yet. I mean, but if you look just backwards in time, you can see how well these angles worked as support and resistance all the way to the upside. Even during these little declines, something I like to do is people say, but price hasn't respected, for example, the median line's 100%, but that's just the way market geometry works. Quite often, if you get an area where price overshoots market geometry line, in this case, a median line, pulls back again, when it does go the second time around, it typically overshoots the same distance again. And that could act as resistance again. We can just basically extend that. It almost did that 3 times. Well, no, actually, 2 times. But anyway, I don't really follow gold that much. I just thought that was really interesting. Where price is currently probably around about to 3,250-ish. We might get a little bit of support step in here. But if you're dealing with higher time frame charts and price starts slicing below, especially on dailies, and you get daily closes or weekly closes below these lines, then you got a very good chance that price will actually migrate to the next important median line, which could be this one over here, which is currently around 3,057. So the lower we go, and obviously if we do take out this little swing here to 2,964 level, then I think you'll be bang on track to have said that potentially was the fifth wave completion, being 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That means that price could pull back a substantial amount back to the downside. So it'd be interesting how price reacts. We could look at these charts again during our future sessions if people want to. But for me, if we break this low here, where this previous proper correction was during this phase to the upside, then that would really tell me, or actually, raise the chances in my mind that price is actually topped in a 5-wave cycle. Not that in the long term, gold's going to go back, to 1,000 or whatever. It's not what I'm saying. But that you're then probably going to deal with a much deeper type of correction after especially such a strong bull run to the upside. When we can even count on a minute waves, a beautiful 5-wave move here. 1, A, B, C, 2. We've probably got a leading diagonal 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. So very interesting. I'm just saying for those gold bugs that are long gold, maybe just be careful. It's not investment advice, but it's also very easy to go manipulate your scales and all that sort of stuff. But I found over the years when working with market geometry, especially when you're dealing with these markets that just goes one direction, because we switch to a weekly time frame, I mean, it's just straight up, right? It's
Yeah.
just unbelievable.
Yes.
And what goes up must come down. I mean, look at this. Insane. And it's at those stages that it makes sense to use a logarithmic scale, in this case with market geometry, because it does change the angles of
Yes.
drawing tools that you would have on your
Perception.
chart. Yeah.
Yes. It can change perception. Yes.
Is
Really.
exactly. Yeah.
Yes. And one
And
question for you.
sometimes you have to adapt to what's happening. If things don't work like it normally does, then you need to think a little bit out of the box as well.
One question for you, Richard. If we go, for example, for US dollar, and we draw the pitchfork for US dollar index, we can see if we take the low and high from the last year and the open price and draw the pitchfork, we are below that area. So if you do that, you see right now, this is the picture. So if you do that right now, we are outside of the pitchfork. What is your experience about the market outside that area?
Something I've been saying here on the dollar for quite some time. I mean, it's that first decline that we've had here, and when I was working also in a mentorship role with previous guys until around, when was it, 24, this first decline here, really looked to me a lot like a first leg lower, and that we were expecting some sort of correction with a second leg to follow, which obviously then started now here in January again. So then you have to ask yourself the question: Are we dealing with a corrective move here that's actually going to find support sometime and then move back up? Obviously, with the current way we are thinking, and I know Howard's also saying the same sort of thing. That he's expecting the dollar index to move way lower. And if that is the case, you've got to ask yourself, zooming back a little bit even more, what does all of this mean? That's why, it's very difficult, because a lot of people can have different opinions about market geometry. Elliott wave analysis. That's why I just like to use my pitchforks, and I specifically like to focus on whether I believe it's a correction, or whether I believe maybe I don't have to believe anything. It's as simple as just using the three most prominent anchor points prior to this decline, which was that high, October 22, this first low in July 23, and this lower high, which is obviously now being confirmed. When is this on the weekly chart? As price actually broke through it, I think 3 weeks ago, below this low. So the three most prominent anchor points, where we at right now, we're at the center median line, which will naturally add as support in this case. But if you follow a weekly and you get a close, for example, below that median line, then that indicates prices has more space to move lower. But that's using a standard pitchfork. It's a pitchfork that Alan Andrews has been using for ages. And then he had a friend or a colleague, I would say, that joined one of his lectures. I can't remember his name, but his surname was Schiff. He proposed that because, a lot of markets don't really move for a very long time at very steep angles, that instead of starting your center median line, which is this median line here, rather than starting it at the beginning point of where you selected your first anchor point, like in this case over here, right? This actually just dissects midway between your second and your third anchor point, your center median line, from your first anchor point. So I can do that. That's why 50% median line, you can see it actually dissects the second and the third anchor point in half, right? So what Schiff said was, if we use a flatter angle, that will actually work really well for, to deal with markets that's like running a bit sideways or grinding up or down or whatever the case might be, a little bit better. And what he does there, and what he proposes, to start the actual center median line rather from the actual beginning point or the first anchor that you selected, but to swivel it 50% of the way between the range of your first and your second anchor point.
Yes.
So that's where
Nice.
that starts from. It gives you a much flatter angle.
Yes.
You can see we had a little bit of support there. It lasted for 1, 2, 3 weeks. Price broke below it. But in this case, price has not reached that lower median line. So if we go lower and let's say break through that center median line of the standard pitchfork, then this is your next area of support, the low median line of the shift pitchfork. I mean, then you can really go and play around with things and start looking at where do you have Fibonacci ratios. We had a 61.8 as well.
Yes.
Don't know if many people know that. That could also just be a natural support area. If we use this low over here, very close to that one, prices at that level as well. Not uncommon for price to undershoot these Fibonacci levels by some degree. You wick below above it, but that's how you use market geometry. Well, I use it for quite some time. I'm just saying, I think there's more downside potential on the dollar index. Is this now just a large ABC that's incomplete? And then the dollar is going to gain strength again and go up? Or as some might think, and this is obviously why so many different traders with I would say, analysis methodology that can be quite complicated or subjective in nature, have different opinions. Or is this what we're going to be seeing? And that sort of thing that people have been talking about the death of the dollar. I think that's just a lot of BS, in my opinion. I don't think the dollar is going to die.
Of course.
But if this is the case, then one has to argue then we're going to get another correction after 5 phases, maybe a combination, whatever. And what follows after initial 5 waves of correction, and then you get a continuation again. And then we're going to see the death of the dollar. I don't know. Don't think so.
Yes.
Or we're just going to muck around here in a sideways consolidation period that the dollar's been doing for ages,
Yes.
Right.
Which I think is also very possible. I mean, look at this, was a triangle you've seen over here. Look at these time periods, 2008 until that actually finished 2014. Look, these cycles almost match, same sort of time period that took. Maybe we just do this again until around about 2028, if the dollar's not dead already, as some people say.
Yes.
Would think.
Yeah.
But anyway, sorry, I've been rambling on a lot about that. I don't know. You get guys that keep their charts, especially like this, trying to figure out exactly what is this? Is this correction? I don't know. I'm more worried about what's going to happen like tomorrow and the week ahead, and I'm going to have food on the table and that sort of stuff. That's what's going to happen. Everyone's saying in like 10, 15 years, I don't know, 5 years from now. Too long.
Yes.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. So I actually managed to just scale out about half of my position size on the crypto trade I had yesterday. If I can share my chart with you guys.
Here we go.
Okay. Yeah. So I got in here yesterday and had my stop around this area right here. move my stop loss into profit or into a few pips of profit, and this pair, Bitcoin pretty much just skyrocketed yesterday. The 1 hour trend indicators have completely pinched off, so that's my sign to. I feel like I'm still close to the market where I think it's warranted to scale out some profit. I still think we have overall potential on the larger time frames, so I'm not exiting my full position yet. It's just I'm willing to take some profit off the table just in case we do reverse completely. But I'm still not convinced, which is why I'm holding half of my position size open right now. But now the only thing I need to do is just wait. This position is completely done with. It's either going to
Mm.
hit my stop or it's going to make it hit my profit target. I think now this is more of an investment style position where
Yes.
if it reverses all the way, that's fine as well. But um, yeah, I think right now was a good time to scale out my position size, just looking at how this 1 hour is currently developing. But I misspoke on gold earlier, and I wanted to clear that up. So when I was talking about gold, I was actually looking at the XAU against the Aussie dollar. And the reason for that is because the Aussie dollar right now is the most consistent currency in terms of strength in the market. It's the most dominant strength that's out there in the market. If I look at how much um, oh well, if I look at, let's see, come into the Aussie dollar pairs right here. Go into the 15-minute chart. Well, not too much stuff here going on. I guess I can't really show something that I really wanted to show, which is unfortunate. But just taking a look at these charts by themselves, we can see that the biggest mover here, if I go into the 1 hour, has been XAU against the AUD. I mean, in the last hour, what I said we moved about 800 pips, or like 650 pips, that was actually XAU against the Aussie dollar. XAU against the US dollar ended up moving 400, 450 pips. So just to clear that up, I was looking at the wrong chart. Again, if you got into these trades on gold earlier, man, you are probably jumping for joy right now. I think it's definitely warranted you scale out some profit now, just because we're approaching the end of the main session, and they're kind of starting to pull back. On these 15-minute time frame.
Mm.
On the 15-minute time frame, they're starting to go sideways and lose steam on moving to the downside. Every single pair here that you see on my screen looks exactly the same. I can't tell which is which. They look,
Yes.
the way they're formed and the way they've moved down is exactly the same. That's what you get with consistency in the market. And it's not necessarily the Aussie dollar that's driving the movement or the US dollar that's driving the movement. It's gold itself. XAU against every currency looks the exact same. So I really like to see that in the consistency there. And it just so happens to be that the Aussie dollar was the strongest currency in the market at this time. So that's why it moved down the most. I think it's
Mm.
if I'm correct, about a 2.8% movement since the main session. So it's amazing to see what gold has been doing. I don't know if they're going to continue downward, but I think if you were in a sell position, it's probably a good time to start scaling out your position size and maybe
Yeah.
even exit if you want. But
Okay,
you can certainly hold it for longer.
Nandan, just one question. So
Yeah.
right now you have a sell order for gold. Am I right?
No, I have no position on gold right now.
Okay. I just
Yeah.
want, yes. Okay, just want to check.
Yeah, I completely missed the sell order on gold. I was looking at it earlier, and I was thinking, man, I was looking at it actually on at 6 o'clock. Uh, right around here before it made another major drop to the downside.
Mm.
I was thinking of selling it, but at the same time it was so late, and that's when I started going into my analysis. So
Yes,
unfortunate I missed the move, but it's okay. There's always another move around the corner somewhere, and the way gold has been moving, man,
it's
I'm
it's
just
great.
you just have to wait. What's going to happen next with gold? We'll see tomorrow, either in the Asian session today or in the main session tomorrow. These 2% moves have been happening almost daily, so it's pretty awesome to see that. You miss one today, look for tomorrow.
Yes,
Yes,
for sure.
yes. So
Well,
guys, can I show one trick that I wanted to share with you?
yes,
Yep.
please.
Okay, I just this is the something that everyone can do, because you can do that on TradingView platform. So this is something that what I did, I choose some main chart, for example, British pound dollar right now. And what I did, I add comparison, and I compare British pound dollar with euro dollar. So this red line here is euro dollar. And why I'm doing this is because always we have that one currency pair is leading and other currency pair following, and it's very good when you trade and and you can watch both of currency pairs and see where market is going. So what's happened right now in last, I think, more than 2 months is that euro dollar started to be a leading currency pair. One of the best things that show that it's true is that euro dollar just broke several years high and went up, while British pound dollar is right now below the last year high. So you can see that the movements of euro dollar is much bigger. Just before that, I will just show you one thing, just to realize, is that right now, believe or not, in just 15 minutes, we went more than 60 pips down, and then in just several minutes, 50 pips up for euro dollar.
Yep.
So after the news, but it's not because of the news, because this happened 15 minutes after that. So what's happened is price went 1.1330 and then went 50 pips up to 1380, and now we are 1350. So just to show how that's insane. And the other side, British pound dollar is more quiet, and we have maybe 20-30 pips down, something like that, but without so big amplitudes that we can see for euro dollar. So I know that euro dollar is leading, and what's happened, usually euro dollar few minutes before can show you what can happen for British pound dollar if you watch on 5 minute and 1 minute chart. And I will just show this trick that I use very often before the news. So look this. This is the moment before the news. The news moment is this here line on the trading view right now, 1 and 30. So this is the moment when they had the news. So I think the 45. This is the moment. Sorry. So what's happened here? You can see 15-20 minutes before, British pound dollar start to going up. Look this move. This is the 20 minutes before the news starting to go up, and euro dollar, which is more bullish than euro dollar, than British pound dollar, just in that time start to go down. So look this, euro dollar starting to go down, British dollar starting to go up. In that moment, I already suggest that we can see the drop just after the news. So I'm sure that the PMI was much better for US economy. So imagine that both of them was above 50 or something like that. We could see few minutes spike, but on the end, this bearish move is because the traders want to be bearish. So I'm sure because of, like I said, this month we had a GDP for British pound dollar 5 times better than expected, and market didn't react either 1 pip. So just went in the opposite direction, just continuation of the trend when traders wanted to go. So I just want to share with this trick, very good on 1 and 5 minute chart. Actually, you can use, of course, in a larger time frame to see. This is the proof. Look this, euro dollar, how its amplitude is much bigger highs when we compare with the market price. So this was the trick, and I hope that
So when you use
some of the
the
traders can use this. And please,
sorry, Igor, when you actually compare there, do you use the same scale for or separate scale for the new pair that you're dropping on?
yes, Richard.
So you're breaking up, Igor. I think we lost him again.
Uh-oh.
He was on a good
I'm
run there
here.
for.
I'm here. Can you see me and hear?
Oh, there you go. He's back.
There
Yeah,
you
we can hear you.
Did you get that question, Igor?
I'm here. I didn't hear the question in that moment. I was frozen in a couple seconds. So yes, please.
Is it cold there, Nandan, or what?
Yes,
Nandan,
yes.
Igor, sorry. I was asking when you do the compare, obviously with that button next to the symbol on the top left there, do you when you do add
Yes,
any
plus,
currency
yes.
pair or whatever, do you use the same scale or a separate scale when you do that?
Yes. I use this, the same scale, everything the same. Just
Okay,
pick the asset that I want to compare.
gotcha.
So it's very good. You can sometimes you can find other things that you want to compare. Sometimes for example, it's very good comparison for strategy if you want to watch Dow Index, NASDAQ, and S&P 500. If you put that
Okay.
on the chart, you can see sometimes how always you have one indices leading. So you just see one day, so two indices are bearish, for example, and one is bullish, which is leader. And you see the next day, all three are bullish.
Yeah.
And you can enter in position before the others when you see that. So
Yeah.
this can be
You
very good
sometimes
strategy.
see that on the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 as well. I mean, they follow each other perfectly in direction. But you could, for example, sometimes, let's say the NASDAQ was making lower lows, lower highs, lower lows, and let's say it breaks a previous lower low.
Yes.
But then the S&P 500 starts gaining strength already and already start making, just momentarily. It's normally like in a very short time window. It does something completely the opposite. Then that could also be a clue that the NASDAQ will then, you get into that early because it will then follow the S&P and vice versa. So those are definitely things that do occur because they do have a correlation. But when they have a moment of inverse correlations, typically where you can also get trading opportunities to appear.
Yes, I think that the best thing is the choppy price moments. For example, when we are bearish, and then in one moment, one day or 2 days, there is a choppy market consolidation, and then always one of them will start to go bullish, other will be doji or something like that, and the next day all will go to the sky. So it's very good when we can find that correlation and use that as advantage, as early signs, early trigger for something.
Yeah, guys, I've got nothing happening here at the moment. Things have just been moving sideways a little bit. Again, another boring day, trading-wise. You guys are obviously very exciting. Nandan, do you have anything to show there?
Nothing, man. I completely sandbagged it today. I completely missed the major move on gold. So I think, after this session, I'm just gonna enjoy the rest of my day, and then wait for something else to happen tomorrow potentially.
Awesome.
But yeah, man, if you got into gold today, good work, good freaking work. Really nice movement on gold today. Really, really nice movement. I mean, man, if you hit today on gold and the beginning of these movements, you're pretty much done for the year again. For the third time this month. It's amazing. But I see things starting to kind of cool off now. So no trades for me today. I messed it up. But that's okay. just move on.
Yeah,
That's all there is. You miss a trade, you just move on. Another
yeah,
trade is around the corner. So I'll keep my head on a swivel. But yeah, another one thing I wanted to mention was when you have days like this, when you just completely sandbag it, like how I did, find a way to get yourself back to baseline and get refocused, because you can get
yeah,
a little angry, you can get a little FOMO here and there, and it can absolutely wreck your decision making process moving forward. So find ways to get yourself refocused and uh, you know get rearmed, reload, dust off, and go out on the attack tomorrow. Just
yeah.
get back to baseline pretty much. So
Like
uh,
I was saying there on gold, Nandan, if that might just be the first leg lower of, let's say, a larger correction. They
yeah,
then
absolutely.
anticipate that there will be
Yes.
some sort of a bounce, and wait for it. Be patient.
Right,
Don't go kick
right,
yourself, especially don't go chase it now, because then at that moment Murphy's law is going to reverse. Um,
right. Yeah,
there
100%.
will always
If
be
you're
opportunities.
right, you miss the move, you miss the move. Just wait for the
Mm.
next one. You got so well, what's the rush? You don't need
Yeah,
to rush anything, especially not now. Have a clear mind,
yeah.
keep calm, and
I mean, you were
that's
talking
it.
about alerts yesterday, just useful for that as well. Where at times, if you're not a
Right,
very patient trader, go set alerts at levels that you think like, right, if it does give me a retracement, this is a better sort of level that I would be happy to go short. Again, obviously, look at your indicators or whatever
right,
analysis you want to
right,
use, and then and set them. Just make sure you don't do end of day. It needs to be good to cancel alerts, so that when they do
right.
trigger, then you open your screen or look at a different market. Forget about that market for a while. Obviously, maybe check into it now and then, but don't
Yeah, you're
stay
absolutely right.
glued to the screen all the time. You're just going to frustrate yourself.
Absolutely. Yeah, price alerts, they're a godsend. You can use them for
Oh
profit
yeah,
taking, mental stops,
yeah,
get your stop to break even. I use it for all that. I use it for everything. Whether it's to
yeah,
take profit, to move my stop to break even, to get out.
absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, they're beautiful. So
Yes,
make
nice.
sure your platform
Mm.
has that. I'm pretty sure every platform has it.
Yes.
I
Um,
mean, during the
Yes.
years, even like you can now add alerts to circles. I mean, crazy stuff. You can
really
add, depending what
Yes.
platform you're using, like
interesting.
angles or
Okay.
trend lines or rays. And before that, never used to be like that. So you got to use that technology to your advantage, right? I
That's
Yes.
mean, I
interesting.
know
Yeah.
some platforms you can even enter orders when price breaks certain alerts or stuff like
Right.
that, or
Right.
even attach orders to drawing tools and stuff. So things have certainly advanced, that's for sure.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Just now, guys, for example, on this chart that you watch, for example, I just
Mm.
wanted to show the traders that watch this session right now that you can put the chart of the gold and go here and pick economist news, for example, and you can put some fundamentals, for example,
Oh
and
wow,
you can put inflation
I didn't know that.
report and watch
That's
watch the inflation report during the decades and the gold price what's happened.
mm,
So it's
mm.
very good to just learn for some correlations that we can find in the market. So this is the very, very good thing that we can use for free in trading view. So this is just one thing that can be very beneficial. And right now I just want a little bit very fast just to put, because we're out of time, and
We
just to
still got
say my
5 minutes,
plan
so,
for,
so please take your time.
yes. Yes, I just want very fast to tell the plan for today, and that is that based on the let me put 1 hour chart for British pound dollar, the first target will be the low that we had. Actually, we can use this low here. It's a 1.3235. So we are just 40 pips from that point, and it was the yesterday low. Actually, it was just before the midnight low, and we can target today very easily because it's just a 40 pips and there is a chance that we can reach to this destination. And for euro dollar, similar story. We're very close to that price. We can touch 1.131. So this level is I think maybe it's a 40 pips, 30 pips, like for British pound dollar right now. So we can reach, this is the targets, but we can go more bearish today because if this move continues, so we can see really the new lows here. And the market structure was starting to be very interesting. So if today we get a longer bearish candle, 2 bearish candles, so it would be very interesting for the next days and everything to see how market will react. We have a pullback, or maybe we can maybe it can be a trend shift or something. So it's very interesting. It's very interesting, and maybe retail traders like when we are overbought and we go down or something like that. So I think that usually they make money than retail traders, while these investors, they like to enter into the trade and hold that several months and make profit in that way. So I always cheers for retail traders to make money. So I hope that that someone that can catch a trend right now, bearish trend, can keep that trend maybe a few days, not just for today, because we had a really big movements, especially this movement after the US Open, and after that strong bearish movements. And this is the insane, like you see in a few hours we had yesterday 150 pips. It's really insane for several hours. So I think that we need to monitor the market and see what will happen there. So like I said, for British pound dollar, I said my targets. My bullish bearish validation point is the same. So tomorrow we will see what will be. Of course, it will be a lot lower than today, maybe 30-40 pips lower. But the problem right now, because we have a strong movements, that we all need to adjust our bullish bearish validation points. So we need to put a wider stop loss because look, like I said, look the euro dollar. So I will just show the euro dollar again. This is for me. I will put 1 minute chart. So look this. We made this in just the 20 minutes. This pushed 1 point and 50 pips in 10-15 minutes. So look this. And if you trail stop loss or put a small stop loss, you can really miss a lot of good trades here. So you need to put a wider stop loss, definitely, if you want to trade, especially euro dollar these days. So very volatile market. And this is for euro dollar last year and euro dollar this year. This is the two different assets.
Crazy.
Nice.
Cool stuff. Guys, we got about a minute or so left from our viewers' side. If you got any questions, please post them there.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a bit of a hectic session, but questions are always welcome.
Yeah.
Yes. So after this news, nobody has a question. Everything is clear.
You made everything clear. Yeah, all right.
Really.
What are we doing for time? We've got another minute or so left. Yeah, guys, maybe we can just wind things down here. Yeah, are you guys on tomorrow again? Same time?
I believe I'm back on Friday, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay. Nice. And Igor?
Yes, and I think the session 2 tomorrow.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah. All right.
Well,
yeah, I think we reached the end of our session, guys. Again, thanks for all the information, all the pearls of wisdom that you share. Hopefully our viewers enjoy that. yeah, please stay tuned for the up and coming guys. Next session, top of the hour. Alternatively, join us again tomorrow morning. I'll be on again tomorrow morning, and have a fantastic rest of your day.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
Okay, I wish you a great day, guys.
Nandan.
Bye-bye.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hey guys.
Paul. Howard, how's it going?
Hey, Howard.
All
good. To see you. Nice to see you guys. All right. All good.
Yes, very well, thanks. Good to have you back, Howard. I know we don't see each other very often, but maybe once a week.
Pleasure.
Not enough. Not enough.
Yeah. See, me and Paul, we need almost like a couples therapy at this point,
Yeah, we need taming, Howard.
Oh, what an interesting day. I'll start if you don't mind. I'll just start with.
You need to get a room.
If you go. No,
No,
you're taking
no.
it too far. Okay, what did I want to say? I don't know if you guys did you hear that Trump has mentioned something about cutting the tariffs on China quite substantially. Did you hear
Yeah,
that?
I mean, hopefully this is the beginning of the wind down of this interesting period in economic history.
Yeah, very much so. We had a pretty big gap on the NASDAQ. Very big gap, actually. So, yeah, it's all news driven. Like you said, hopefully this is the beginning of the end, but I still think it's not over because they still have those issues and they still want to resolve that. So we can probably expect some more. I don't know, some more unexpected tweets. I don't know. I don't think we're out of this yet. But
Expect
anyway,
the unexpected, I suppose.
yes, absolutely. So I did take a trade on the NASDAQ, which was a loss. I'll show you,
Yeah.
right here. Okay, that's the support level. Everything was lining up really nicely, exactly the way I traded. Right here, you see that support level? Found support, but it just failed on me. So that was the only setup for me today. So yeah, we'll see what happens on the NASDAQ. Obviously, we are at the resistance level, so I'm not really sure. Like from a technical analysis point of view, I'm still where I was yesterday. I don't really know. It's a very difficult one to read, apart from the fact that we are at this resistance level. That's as much as I can give you. Yeah. So,
Okay.
do you have any thoughts on that? Could you see something? What's Elliot?
I'm in
what's
the
Elliot's
same boat
opinion on
actually.
this, Howard? Yeah. It's a very tricky to read this.
Yeah, Mister. He's waving at it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So for me, I was looking for the thing to top out yesterday, but obviously it's just kept going with the news and etc. So I'm kind of like I'm out of the game at the moment on that one. I still think it's we've got a bigger move down, but it's so strong the last couple of days really. So I don't really want to be getting in the way of that.
Yeah, I agree. It's a pretty tweet-driven market at the moment. Yeah, so let's go over to the pound US dollar. Now, this one is interesting. This is yesterday, but we were in the session together, and that was the coming off the double top. I was expecting it to go over here. It went much lower. So if any of you watching, that was the trade I didn't take because there was we were about to enter the last half an hour before the last 4 hours of the session starts, and it's pretty slow usually. And it was very slow, but this is after midnight. That drop was after midnight. So the new daily candle. And I wanted to go long on this. And I'll show you, there was a news, I think, was it Services PMI? There were two pound US dollar news event. Let me show you. It was the manufacturing and services PMI. So it came out. So this is the level of interest. This was, this was when the news came out. Obviously, the news came out at the beginning of this candle. So by the time this candle closed, it was 15 minutes after the news came out. So I was bullish, and my target was the neckline of this double top. There were double tops on the 15-minute, the half an hour, and the 1 hour. So if it could, I was really hoping for it to go to that level. That would have been my take profit area, and then go short from that area, because I think the dollar is going to gain strength in the short term. If we just have a look at the dollar index here, we spoke right at the beginning of the week on Monday, I think it was in session 1, that it doesn't look like it's going to find support. And we had a look at, I can't remember who it was with, but in the 2008 crash, how price behaved at the support levels. And it did find support. You did get a retracement before it went further back down. But this one just crashed straight through it. But obviously, it's only Wednesday. We've got 2 days left. there's 2 days left before the end of the week. And you can see we're making a very strong lower wick here right at the support level. So we could potentially expect a pullback. I'm still bearish on the US dollar. I don't think people are going to just jump and buy dollars at this point. I doubt it. But certainly from a technical analysis point of view, I think we can expect a pullback. And because of that, this double top pullback to that neckline would have made sense for me for a really good entry. And then perhaps even deeper pullback. Because I think if you look at the 4-hour time frame here, we really need a deeper pullback, and we need a higher low. And in this space here, I would say that would be perfect. If we can get a higher low in this area, because I'm still, I don't know about you, Howard, obviously we'll get to you in a moment, but I'm still bullish on the pound US dollar. But based on where we are right now, I think with the temporary dollar strength and so on, it would make sense for this to come lower and potentially give us another higher low. That would be ideal. Okay, I don't think the support level here is going to be very significant because it already played off that level. So for me, a support resistance level, it's added stronger or more significant the first time it kind of bounces off there. But if it plays out, I'm not talking about if it ranges and bounces off there and eventually goes up. If this is a breakout and retest, if it plays out like it really goes on, this is the weekly resistance area, and if it comes down from that area, this support level is not very strong anymore. It's pretty weak. Okay, so this is not an area I'd be interested in. I was interested in this level here, and it looked like it wanted to hold. If you look at the 4-hour time frame, I just want to show you exactly where I got out here. So this was the 15-minute, obviously. So I got in there, saw the retracement, and then I just quickly used, you can do this on any time frame, but I used the fib levels there, and I was like, okay, is this going to fail or not? And it was bouncing off the 61.8. I said, okay, that's good. And then I moved my stop loss from the low there to the lowest point of that candle, because I felt like if it's going to fail, or if it's not going to hold the 61.8, then this whole thing is going to fail. And it kind of did. Okay, so didn't get my level there, but that's fine. So this was about 60% of the loss. Reduced the loss by a little bit. I think based on where we are right now, this is not a good place to do anything. This is I don't know territory. I don't know is a very good response, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know, then that's good, because you're supposed to wait until you do know. But right now, there's nothing for me. I mean, ideally, if we can get this level, that's a 1.336. That would be such a good opportunity to go short, I think. And we'll, there's no target at the moment, but yeah, that's how I see the pound US dollar. So I think in the short term, definitely bearish. And then I've got, let's have a look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin did go to 94. I think it actually went to, what was the high? 94.674. I'm in this trade right now. Short. I went short because this is the level of interest. I just quickly wanted to show again how to identify resistance levels if you get really noisy action for the people watching. If you don't really, if you are trying to identify resistance areas, and you can see that there's a lot of noise, there's a lot of spikes, then what you need to do is you need to go up one time frame. Okay, if it's still not clear, which I think was the case on the daily, because there's so many wicks, you need to go up until you can find something that's pretty clear. And that was on the monthly time frame. Let me just find another. I've got one clean one, yeah. So the monthly there. So the monthly is the cleanest time frame in terms of like how to identify your resistance, and that is where the 94 came from. Okay, the actual high was actually 94.984, but I don't take it from the wicks, because if you identify that high, then you go back down to the daily and see where did that come from. Okay, and you'll see it comes from that little impulse move. So that is, and I took it from the actual the body and not the wicks. So that was 94.275. So 94 makes sense. So that's the resistance area. Now this is a very strong resistance area because it's the first time it kind of comes off. It's the first time it plays off this resistance. So it is a strong resistance area. So I think we definitely due for a pullback because it's the fact that we are at that resistance, and then if you combine that with the fact that I pay attention to these steep those really steep angle rallies with no kind of breather, it has to retrace. But yeah, we're getting it right at a very strong resistance level. So I think that's exactly the area when it's going to come down. So the entry was actually based on a smaller time frame. You need to have some sort of entry criteria, but it was actually very clear on the half an hour and the 15-minute for me. So there was the double top. This is a news event, so it's a bit of an ugly double top, but a double top nonetheless. And then it closed below that neckline, and then you get that pullback. So I entered around there. So I think, well, if I get stopped out here, I'll move over to longer time frames and see if I can get something, very similar, maybe another double top up here. My stop loss is above there, so pretty good clearance there. But in terms of where this can potentially pull back to, well, I looked at the monthly time frame. So the monthly time frame is definitely very much extended, and we are hitting that really strong resistance area. And I think we're going to get a pullback for the next week at least. I don't really know where exactly it's going to pull back to. I don't know. How would be interesting to get your take on, Elliott and his waves, what they say. Is that potentially a good entry? But for me, it still definitely looks a lot more bullish than bearish. Right. Right now. I know the picture can change and so on, and this could pull back, and the next month kind of forms a bearish candle. But right now, because it's way more bullish, I would be more. I think a realistic pullback would be, in terms of like take profit and so on, it would make sense to focus on like a Fibonacci retracement level, like the 50% or so, for a take profit in this pullback, because there's nothing else here. There's no levels of support there, so that's where you get your
retracement, Sam.
Yeah, so a 15 and a 61.8, that's typically good areas of support. So so the take profit area would be around the 50. And then I would pay attention to price action from that point. Is it going to hold? Because I think if it goes back to 61.8, this like entire rally is very similar to the pound US dollar, right? Remember that pound US dollar move? We had a very similar approach, because we had that, what was that breakout? The breakout that we waited so long for. It was, sorry, so many left. Yeah. So we got that breakout, and we were looking for a pullback, and we also identified the 50 level as a potential level of interest, and then we really wanted price to stall at that level and then kind of retrace back, and then that would be a good entry for this rally to continue. But it just didn't. It just crashed through the 50. And then the 61.8 was too low, because then this entire rally is compromised. Then the breakout is compromised. So that is a similar case with Bitcoin right now. If it goes 61.8, I suppose it's still outside of the breakout area. But if it goes lower than that, then I think that's very weak. That will really change the picture, I think. But for a short, I think the 50 is a pretty good area to go to take profit for now in the shorter term. But yeah, I think that is pretty much it for now on those three markets. So Howard, why don't you show us what you've got, please, man?
Yeah. So yeah, first of all, kudos to you, Jannie, for getting that Bitcoin. You nailed that low really well. That was perfect.
Oh, thanks, man. I needed that one for the next one.
No, that was awesome, and you said exactly what the rationale and everything. That was great. Yeah, so for me, the break above the resistance has kind of blown out the bearishness. I agree with you that I think in the short term we could see a bit of a retracement after that quite violent last 2 or 3 days up, and probably in line with the corrective pullback on euro-dollar and on sterling-dollar cable. So I'm kind of in that mode, pretty in a similar kind of boat to yourself, where long term still mega bearish on the dollar, but for the first time in a very long time, I'm actually buying dollars just for the corrective pullback. I think it's tradable now for me. So let's just go across to euro just to get that one second. Should be coming through very shortly with a bit of luck.
Yeah, there we go.
Okay, here we go. Yeah, so I think that's the breakdown yesterday, early in the Asian session, that kind of thing. That really has kind of confirmed the top of that particular swing. This last fifth wave up from, what is it, 107.40 odd, thereabouts. And I think we're kind of correcting back towards the low 112s on this one, back into this kind of region here. Before we can look to get back into the trend. Quite a strong bearish candle yesterday. Today, rebound, retest, stalled around the midpoint, back down again, looking quite heavy on a short-term basis. So I think in line with a nice kind of healthy corrective pullback, but not. I don't think we're going back down here. I think we're kind of just doing a bit of a corrective pullback perhaps towards 112 or so, and that might be the place to again watch price action once we get down there, if we get down there, obviously. So yeah, corrective pullback. I'm currently short, looking for a retest of the pullback low. 1 second, let's just get on to the shorter term stuff. So yeah, yesterday we had the double top, we had the breakdown, minor retest, and then it started to go. I didn't expect the acceleration in the Asian session or the late US session, but we got it anyway, and that got reversed, and now we're kind of getting back in with this new emerging downtrend on the short-term stuff. The rebound from the low for me is a kind of a three-wave ABC rally, which is usually against the trend of the next time frame. So ABC up, and now I think we see a new low for this trend before we can think about buying it for the next wave up kind of thing. Resistance is coming on the short term. We've got broken support here, 113.70 or so. This little rebound today, last hour or two, it's struggling to get back above there. So it seems that we've got people that bought it today that are trapped above that level, that are using the bounce to get out, and maybe a good initiating shorts for some people who are on the sidelines kind of thing. So yeah, maybe we see another one of those late sell-offs into the close, something maybe not quite as violent as that, but it does look to be quite heavy in the short term.
It does.
So that's euro. Pound, similar kind of similar kind of idea there. So we stalled at the major level on the weekly chart, which is up here from September 24. So two good weeks up, and now a little bit of a long upper shadow, longish upper shadow, rejecting back. I know it's a bit early in the week to call a week complete, but it seems to be struggling in that region. So maybe this kind of thing, like a couple of weeks to the down, just a bit of a pullback to unwind that push higher.
So what is your
you
wave?
often get 2 or
like,
3 weeks,
is there like
and then you'll get
is there
one or
like
two
a wave
small
count
ones
there?
down.
Sorry, Howard, are you in the middle of a wave
Yeah,
count
for
there,
me,
or not?
I've got. Let's just go on to the daily. Yeah, 1 second. Let's get the daily. So for me, the wave count is, this is the start of the major swing. There's wave 1, and there's wave 2, and this is early stages of the third wave. So that's the swing. That's the correction. This is the first leg up. So I think this is just a correction of this,
Two and three is the
rather than of the whole
2
thing.
and 3, or from
So
2
that-
to 3
that-
is usually the biggest move, right? Or is that not right?
The third wave is usually the middle part of the trend. Is typical stuff.
Is the biggest
So
one?
in this case, we had 1, 2, and then there was the 3. Usually the longest and strongest one, kind of thing. So that was the third wave. That was the fourth wave, and that was the little fifth to complete it. And then that completes the cycle. So that corrects the whole cycle, and now we're in a new cycle.
Okay.
So I think we just do a bit of chop just to unwind this the other leg of the cycle. So I can see 131, 132, that sort of region, and then think about buying it for the next leg up.
So again,
so
I just
there
wanted
was
to
a
look at
question,
that
I think,
level.
Andre,
You said
bigger
130.
correction coming.
Yes, Andre. I think so.
So what? Yeah, Andre, I think 131 to 132 as the ballpark for me.
Yeah, there's 100 pip range for you. Just to narrow it down. Where?
Well,
yeah, no,
it's something to shoot for.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I agree.
Well, these days,
actually.
Yeah.
Sorry, Howard. Carry on.
Yeah, I'll say that these days 100 pips is more like the spread, right?
Yes. Yeah, definitely.
But,
the last couple of weeks for sure. I think 130, 131 is definitely more plausible. Maybe 130, 60. But that's what I would like to see, because we really need a higher low, because the rally has just been too deep, and I feel that's exactly the same with Bitcoin as well.
Strong.
But anyway, sorry, Howard, carry on.
Yeah. So yeah, and I think yesterday's breakdown is really kind of confirmed the end of that particular leg. So we're just in a corrective phase, really. So I think just for me, just literally buying dollars until we can see clear signs that we've seen the higher low on the chart. So that's really the way I'm kind of playing it. On to dollar yen. 1 second. Picture there should come through shortly. Dollar yen. It's slow on the chart. It's a bit not very responsive. It's slow.
Is that were you loading a different chart? Or?
Okay. We're no, it's come through now. Here we go. So dollar yen. Okay. So yeah, dollar yen finding support at that major double top type level. 139.57 down here. 139.88 this week's low so far. So pretty close to it. And also this pullback level here, just above 140. So there seems to be a bit of support down there. Yeah, my chart seems to be freezing up a little bit. Paul, do you want to?
That's all right. I will quickly. I'll just
go ahead.
quickly.
I'll see if I can fix it my end.
Yeah, let's do that. I'll just quickly show you. Sorry about that.
Yeah,
Paul, you haven't seen it.
Yeah, Paul, do you want to go ahead and do your section?
Yeah, I got plenty. I'll look at some more coins, and you can take back over, and we can end with Bitcoin, maybe. Sure. Let's have a look. Present.
Oh, that was me. Sorry, that's the Bitcoin trade. Sorry, let me just.
Okay.
Yeah. Where's your?
All right. Let me know when you can see my screen, please.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Can
Paul.
I see it?
just to run through some of the altcoins we've been looking at, the top altcoin picks. Just remember, of course, if you're not subscribed to Ola Prime X on YouTube, please do so. There's some fantastic coverage if you're a crypto trader. This is SEI, and the idea of the trade, of course, was to, come in at support and following this breakout. And thankfully, we've put in a higher high now. So coming in at support with confluence with this moving average seems like a pretty decent proposition at the moment. So this is lining up to be a pretty good support trade. You may decide to maybe move your entrance up for confluence with the moving average, potentially in the middle of the range. You could do that, or maybe here. But yeah, so this is shaping up to be a little long opportunity. Bear in mind, of course, that we've talked about this is the range we're supposed to be trading, but realistically, your price target should obviously fluctuate a little bit depending on what the market is giving us. But at the moment, of course, given what Bitcoin is doing, target 1 certainly is on the cards, and maybe target 2, but just be very careful about your price targets. We're seeing a bit of a reversal here, but it could just roll over still. So, but the bullish signals are starting to stack up. And obviously, looking at which time, I like monitoring just to see how they can be traded. And yeah, I mean, it's finding its feet. This is a descending triangle of sorts, not enough price action to trade off, but just something to keep an eye on if you're looking for a very oversold long opportunity. That's mantra, but again, a very high risk trade given what's happened.
Yeah, what's that trading at? Sorry, Paul, what's that trading at? Like 50 cents or something?
Yeah, 50 cent. Yeah, 53.
Oh, don't you think it's one of those that can just go, never recovers? Or don't you, or is that not always the case with those huge drops?
Yeah, you certainly need to have that in the back of your mind. Yeah, when you see something like this, because something went terribly wrong. I haven't doubled back to check in what the project has said because it's difficult to find the truth. But yeah, this isn't particularly great. But I need to do a proper analysis of its market cap to understand what happened here. But so extreme caution if you are, quite rightly, if you are thinking of, as Jannie said, if you are thinking of entering this trade, do so with extreme caution when you see something like that happening. GMX, we were looking at this yesterday, and we were talking about how the entrance, which was originally here, I moved back down based on where Bitcoin was, just thinking that we could have this might be the better entrance. But now Bitcoin's been a little bit more bullish, and GMX has reflected that with the breakout of the pattern. I've now moved my entry from here again back up to here, as I said I would, reacting to the market. However, I also might want to move it up just a little bit for confluence with this moving average. Now we've got a couple more bullish signals, but that trade I've just adjusted, and I'm waiting for a long entry here, so that's doing okay. And the second trade I've just entered, let me just check I just entered it, MKR. Yeah, MKR, I've just looking to enter a trade on MKR as we finally had a decision on the direction. I mean, decision's a strong word in this case. It's not a particularly strong breakout. It tripped in that direction. So this is obviously coming into, this is how you trade these triangles. I'm coming in straight here on the moving average, and I've got a buy order on the exchange waiting to come in at the moving average with confluence, which of course you can see has previously been acted at resistance. Yeah. These trades are a little bit difficult because they do, we've had a false bear trap here. Yeah. And we could have the same this side. Sorry, how
yeah, but false breakout down, and yes, it's a crazy one.
But yeah. Howard, did you say, we spoke about this yesterday, Paul? Howard, have you ever seen price action kind of really squeezing itself right into the tip of a triangle before it breaks out? That's not something you see very often. Very rare.
It takes a while. Yeah.
I think that this is why when you're selecting charts and setups, and this obviously was this is a bearish bias, because we're still in a downtrend on the intermediate, of course, right? And typically you'd expect it to move this way, but it did. But because we've had this false break, and because we've had this compression right to the point, it makes me think that there's a lot of people trying to wait for Bitcoin to turn and then looking to enter here, right? So looking at the resilience of price action can give you an insight into what it's going to do next. So we are very neutral still, because we're in a downtrend, but we've had a breakout to this side. But I'm still going to come in here for a little long, but you've got to be very cautious. My stop loss is just below here, and that's the point of invalidation. But yeah, you're going to see quite a lot of opportunities like this appearing. And likewise, this is a dupe, which we were looking at yesterday, broke out and continued upwards, which is fantastic. Very clean breakout. Good retest entry potentially with confidence with this moving average on the 4 hour when it comes back down. Still not in chase it territory. I'm not going to follow this. I'm going to ask it to come to me, and if it doesn't, but a really nice support buy here. And because it's, you know, it's had a little bit, it's had some legs. This originally we were talking about maybe coming back into, yesterday was about here. We were talking about coming back into this pattern and front running it here, buying it here, but I don't think we need to do that now. As it's headed up a bit more, this will be a nice retrace and a solid place to buy as long as Bitcoin is playing along. And then similar with the Cookie, which hasn't tumbled. There you go.
Some of these names.
I'm used to it. Sorry, you know, there's all kinds of crazy names. You know, ice cream sundae and all that kind of stuff. It's just
No, really? Are you serious?
Are you kidding? There must be, of course. You know,
There must be, yeah.
Cookie's pretty.
Yeah, I was watching it. I was watching it. It melted.
It melted. Yeah.
Okay.
That one.
So Cookie, similar position. We're arguing that Cookie was better than dupe because the moving average was in the pattern, which offers a little bit more support coming into this area. And you've also got the 50 creeping round. So again, nice little support buy here from both of these. Cookie would be my preference because we've got a little bit more confidence, but very similar setups. And they're doing quite well. So that's a retest buy. I wouldn't chase it though. As I said, don't chase this. CFX, weaker. This was always weaker. This was always a long trade for the next couple of weeks, looking maybe for it to roll over to support. But I'm thinking this trade here is in play, maybe coming in to buy support here because we've had this double bottom and we've had a higher high now. So that might be okay. But not many options here now, really. The premise of this trade was to hope for a bit of more bearish action from Bitcoin and to try and scoop in this long-term support zone. But yeah, interesting to see. But this, you know, this is okay at the moment because we've got the higher high, but this is a difficult one to trade, so be very cautious. This was just something to have in your back pocket because we're quite close to support, but nothing at the moment to trade off from here. And yeah, so do you want to? That's just a few of the altcoins I've been looking at. Howard, do you want to take back over again? And now you've got your chart sorted.
Yeah. So just before you do that, oh, it's okay.
Oh no,
we can do it later. We can do it later.
Well, we can jump back and do it.
I was gonna ask you for like what happened to, was it that is it XRP? Which one did we look at? Is it XRP?
Ripple.
Yeah, we were looking at Ripple yesterday. Yeah.
What's that one doing?
Oh, let's have a look. Yeah, I see. Sorry. Yeah, checking with. Yeah. Yes. XRP. Sorry, I'd be right with you. Everyone's eager to hear from you. Yeah. So look, this was. You know, this is in no man's land we established yesterday because we've got this inverse head and shoulders. It's looking, you know, this is a reversal pattern, but we've broken back above the moving average. And until we get a break below here, I mean, arguably this whole area is a bit ambiguous. But yeah, shorts, longs. I mean, what did we say yesterday? Like a break above here would be potentially a long entry. But yeah, very ambiguous from XRP at the moment. I'm still airing on short at the moment, but we've got some pretty good support levels. So really, we'll probably see some ranging action now. And if Bitcoin continues upward, then we'll see a recovery. But yeah, probably just leave this one alone for now. I mean, Jannie, any other thoughts?
Isn't this, which one did we go through? We started on the monthly time frame and then the weekly and then the daily.
Is this one?
XRP?
Is this one?
Yeah. So what does the daily look like? Because we identified that that resistance on the daily.
Yeah, I did. I think I got rid of that chart. But you can see obviously that this whole area is this is obviously a transitory space, shall we say? You know, we go up from here, we go down from here. So we might just see some ranging action, and maybe the moving average supports a price action to push back up here, which invalidates the inverse head and shoulders, and away we go. But as I said yesterday with XRP, we can't really see it on this chart, but when I see, you know, such an extended period very different price point to where we are at the moment. And I see
Flat
these
line.
huge run-ups. I struggle to get my head around XRP for multiple reasons, with the lawsuits it's had, and then the reactions to all of that over the last few years, and what's organic, what is not organic. So when we got news that the SEC was backing off XRP, then of course we get a lot of bullish momentum, of course, which is great. But is it natural? Is it where it's supposed to be if that wasn't happening? And that's why I get a bit confused. And obviously this picture isn't helping. But yeah, XRP, something to keep an eye on, but no clear direction just yet. Howard.
Yes. Okay. Here we go. So let's go back to dollar yen that we were looking at before. So dollar yen, here we go. So we're based at that important level, the previous swing low, just below 139.5 or thereabouts. So we had that kind of ABC rally, which was almost like a retest of the high, and we broke down the first leg down. There's the second wave correction of it, and now we're breaking down in the a bit like cable sterling dollar. In that this is the start of wave 3, if you will. So again, as with euro dollar and sterling dollar, I think we see a bit of corrective upside activity for the US dollar. Yesterday was quite a nice bullish outside day there, engulfing, and a little bit of a floor under the market for the time being. So I'm looking at this kind of 144.5 area as a short-term target before we can kind of top out and go down again. So as with the others, just kind of playing the short side and looking for that corrective bounce really. But longer term, this is really negative for me. I think we're in the early stages of a new downtrend on the long term chart, going way back. We just completed this big move higher, and it's kind of looking very toppy on the weekly chart for me.
Toppy.
So first leg down.
I like it.
Toppy. Very toppy. So, yeah, double toppy, I think. And
yeah,
I think eventually
you're
we break
definitely right. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah,
with that.
it looks very. It had plenty of opportunity to kind of stabilize up here and continue the uptrend, but it's just it's not. But I think three down weeks like that, and we're just seeing a little bit of chop. I think it's fair enough to expect a bit of sideways higher action. I think over the short term, just to unwind it. So that kind of where I'm at on dollar yen. On the shorter term stuff. So we've had the swing higher, pullback, corrective pullback by the looks of things of it. That seems to be the low for the correction. And then we're starting to sort of trend higher on the 15-minute chart kind of thing. So maybe a bit of support down here, and we continue higher. So yeah, dollar majors. So corrective action on that. Gold, I guess a similar sort of idea there, except that
gold came down.
It may even be a bigger. That's the weekly.
I think we were in the session yesterday, Paul. We just had a look at gold. We're like, yeah, that's the first time it really looks like a bearish candle on the daily. And today I see it just gap lower.
Yeah.
Well, on the CFDs it gap lower. I'm not sure.
Yeah, just continuing the pullback from that high.
Yeah, it's also just kind of. But that's typically what you get, right? When you get such an extended rally, you kind of you have to get that higher low, so it has to come down.
Yeah,
for that. But
I mean, here we had it over a few sessions.
Yes,
this seems to be a bit more aggressive at the moment, anyway. So I'm looking at this kind of area here, probably 3,200. Maybe a little bit lower. The old highs up at 3,167 or so. So that kind of 3,200, I think, as a corrective target thereabouts, and then think about buying into it again once we can base out.
What do you think of the? They're all about the same. Like if you look at the daily time frame, right? You just mark that high, that 3166. I don't know if you can draw just a horizontal.
This
Is
yeah,
that
this one here. Yeah, that's the old.
Why
old
does yours
swing
not
high.
have wicks? Yours looks
God knows.
different than
It might be the time.
yeah,
Time.
probably
Yeah,
that.
it might.
Yeah, it's probably
Session,
that. Yeah,
time kind of thing.
Mine looks definitely different.
So yeah, that. Yeah.
Sorry, carry on.
But yeah,
that's also a level.
Still a bull market.
Sorry, there's a little bit of a delay, so I keep it. We keep talking over each other. Sorry, I'll keep quiet until you say over, like in the army.
Over and out. Yeah. Over. Roger. So yeah, so short-term bearish, looking for a pullback into that probably around 3,200, and then think about basing for another leg up.
Yeah,
over.
I agree
out.
with that. I agree with that. The 31, like the level I've got there. If you mark it, I'll just quickly show you, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Then we can take over again. Okay, see that this level. Yeah, see mine looks. This is what I say. Oh, that looks different. But yeah, you're probably right. It's
different.
See, yeah. But this is the 3rd of April. Anyway, this is the bearish candle the 3rd of April. So it looks very different to yours. But yeah, that's I also would target that level, and that would be a strong support because it would be the first time it comes and retested. I'm not really sure. Do you think? I mean, I know it's very difficult to say, but would you target all-time highs, or would you go for more like a retracement level type of thing? Or
I guess it depends on how. I guess it depends on how violent the move is on the way down. Because if it just sort of stays does sort of sideways down and doesn't look like it's really aggressive on the downside, then maybe it might be all-time highs. But invariably, I think it's going to leave behind a decent high that it might be good to go for just below for the trading idea, rather than go for the blast through.
Yeah, I think if we can, today is Wednesday, so we've got exactly another week for the monthly time frame to close as well. So if this can within the next week come back down here and just show some sort of recovery, then in the new month you can definitely expect some trading into the upper shadow. Not necessarily breaking the high, but close to it, I think. Yeah. But I agree with the level 3166. That is the next level to focus on for a long on gold.
Long. And while I'm still on, I got another one of interest, which is a little bit unrelated. Is the crude oil, because that one's is doing its own thing. So that's worth looking at, I think.
All right.
1 second. So the retest of the descending triangle breakpoint is what we're seeing. So this one I think could be good for another crack at the downside, regardless of whether the stock market has made its major low and the kind of risk on, risk off type thing. This thing I think is really is very heavy above current levels. So I think crude oil could be an interesting one to continue its recent downtrend, whereas maybe the stock market doesn't necessarily do it. You see. So I think that's sort of on the non-FX side, that's the one that I'm interested in, I think, at the moment.
That does look very good. That's a very good, because that's a really nice little retest, isn't it? Really nice retest of the breakouts.
So it could be a good low risk short. I'm just zooming to the daily. So we've had that kind of there was the good news on the stock market. Everything kind of stopped falling out of bed, and now we just had this kind of labored push higher. And today we've seen a bearish outside day by the looks of things. So maybe that's the end of the correction. Maybe that's the end of the corrective bounce, and that we start to see another.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong engulfing candle. What time frame is that? That's the daily. Yeah, come on, man.
That's daily.
completely engulfs the last 4 candles. That's a really strong. Yeah, that's really, I would say that's a very good entry. Like if the candle closes.
Yep. So I think tomorrow that might be I'll be looking for that one, I think. So yeah, on my side, that's really the theme. Just a slightly stronger dollar for the next few days. Just seeing the correction, and gold as well, kind of thing.
All right. So for tomorrow, you've got just that one, right? What is your take on the pound US dollar? Are you also waiting for? I'm not sure if you also look at those levels, those double tops on the. I'm not even sure if you go down there to those lower time frames, the 15-minute, half an hour, and the 1 hour. You can see those double tops there on the pound US dollar. Do you also look at those levels as potential entry levels, or not? Or what's your level of interest?
Yeah, on this one, let's just get me the chart in there. Yes, it should be coming up shortly. So yeah, I was monitoring that that on the euro as well. The kind of double top yesterday, had the breakdown and then the kind of sideways. So that was good for a little kind of short. I think I got out a little bit too early before this mega dump.
That formed in the new day on the new daily candle. Sorry.
Yeah, it's that acceleration lower. But yeah, for me, I think just looking for this thing to head on down, retest these lows. I don't think we see this level first. Looks to me like we've seen the high for the day, and position short into the close and into the Asian session.
Yeah. See, but that's the only obvious level right now. Obviously, like everything changes as new candles get added to the chart. But right now, the only level that makes sense is that the neckline of that double top, right? That's the only. Like you said, we're probably not going to get that. So it is a case of standing on the sidelines, on the pound US dollar.
Yeah. Yeah, and from my perspective, I've got a short on euro dollar at the moment, looking for the new lows. But that's really it on the short term stuff. I think tomorrow looking to sell into crude and maybe have another crack at the perhaps the pound or dollar yen. But really for tomorrow, I would say. I think as the later you get into the session, the less you really want to have on the table.
Yeah, I agree with that. The other thing on the pound US dollar, if you look at the daily time frame, and this is something I looked or I saw this morning before I took that trade, was the ATR that it's moved for the day, and that was at 100 pips, like really early this morning. But the ATR is 133, and I thought, there's still some room, but the 2 ATR, I'll just quickly, like one when you're done there. I'm sorry to constantly interrupt you.
It's okay.
Also, if you look at okay, so all right, so this is the daily. So if you look at the daily this morning already, okay, because remember this is early in the morning, we had a bit of a pullback and we just had that big drop overnight. You can see it here on the 1 hour time frame, right? This big move. Oh, sorry, this was last night. Yeah, this is the midnight. Okay, midnight to 1 o'clock, and then 1 to 2 a.m. Okay, these two candles made up for about 100 pips.
Yeah,
it's a lot, right?
Yeah.
So, so this morning when I saw that everything is lining up and so on, I was aware of that, and when this was lining up, obviously when it moved slightly in my favor, we got that little, almost like a little hammer formation on the daily. You can just imagine that, okay? Because you got that big drop overnight, and now you're pulling back up. So this is the high, but on the ATR, I saw that it was 100. Again, it was 100 pips for the day. But if I go to the daily, you'll see there are two values there, right? So you get the 2 ATR and the 14 ATR. So the 14 ATR is 133 pips, but you can see this black line. You can see the price has slowed down. Okay, so that means the ATR is lower than what the 14 ATR suggests. So yeah, so which is 101 pips. So really, there was enough for me to stay away from the trade, but I mean, it's fine. It wasn't a big trade anyway. But does that make sense? If you stack those, if you look at these two ATR values, so yeah, it already kind of moved like by 2 o'clock this morning. It already covered the ATR.
Yeah, you don't see it that often.
Well, we have actually seen that. Like, remember, we were not,
Of late.
I don't think we were. Yeah, I think was this on Monday, the 21st? Yeah. Remember this? Like literally, with the market open on Monday, we just had this huge 4-hour candle, and then this obviously this is the 4 to 8 a.m. candle. So you wake up, it's like it's already moved so much, and there's nothing left.
Yeah, we need to be up 24 hours now. We need 24/7 to trade in these markets.
Yeah, sleep at lunchtime. But anyway, yeah, I think. Sorry, were you busy? Did you want to show something else, Howard, or was that it?
No, I'm good for the time being. So.
All right. Well, Paul, over to you, my friend.
Great stuff. Thank you, Howard. Right. Sorry, 10-4, Howard. Sorry.
Roger that.
So there'll be a more succinct version of this run through coming out tomorrow for the midweek Bitcoin update on Otter Prime X. But this is Bitcoin 1 month, and obviously this candle is what everyone is paying attention to. It has the ability to kind of supercharge what happens next, depending on the candle close at the end of the next week. So yeah, this is quite an important candle. Obviously it's doing well right now, but it'd be nice if we can have it up here. But yeah, so keep an eye on the 1 monthly. These signals are of course are in slow motion, but when Bitcoin or any asset is in a point of indecision, we do want to zoom out and pay attention to what these candles are doing, because that's what other traders are looking for. They're scrounging around for any kind of bullish signal they can get, and this is one of them. This is Bitcoin 1 day, and as we can see, the most possible bullish scenario I think has occurred. We've broken above the 200 MA on the 1 day, but we've poked ahead into this upper range, which is tremendously nice to see from Bitcoin. But Bitcoin has looked around briefly and realized that there is the point of control resistance overhead. So a pullback here would make sense. It'd be perfectly normal. The fact that we have entered this zone is a bullish signal, which isn't going to go away just because we come back down to maybe retest the 1 day 200 MA. As we've launched from here, so coming back down and then finding our feet just here would allow us to attack this. Obviously, it'd be a different proposition if Bitcoin hadn't made it up to this point and we're still stuck maybe around 91.4, but we have done that. So that's a bullish signal. That's a recovery of sorts, but expect a retrace of sorts. But we'll talk about that in a minute. And again, just the daily with fib levels, you can see the 1.618 is overhead, but we have surpassed the 100%, which is great. So it's really healthy, nice to see. And of course, we've been talking about what does the rest of the crypto market want to see to start entering their long positions at these altcoins, which are at support or just below. So they're waiting, of course, for this move on the intermediate trend from a downtrend to an uptrend to be fulfilled. Now we've had the higher high, which is fantastic. We talked about this yesterday, that we want to see a higher high, and then we need a higher low, which confirms the trend change. So we've had the higher high, we need the higher low, and a steep retrace down to this area may not be on the cards now, thankfully, but we still need that higher low. We still need to see that, because even if Bitcoin just continues up right now, there's still going to be hesitation in the market, because we want organic structure and not just rocket ships, because rocket ships tend to just crash and explode. And looking obviously at the more bullish context, this is the parabola which we were worried was going to be lost when we had this wick down here, but we have had a strong recovery and we've broken out of base 3. Now obviously this is not something you should singularly use as a decision-making point to enter a long trade with Bitcoin here, bearing in mind what Howard has previously said and Aymane has previously said, some of our great coaches, of course, that there are many reasons to think that this is going to have a stronger correction from this point. But if it doesn't, and we do continue, then base 4, based on these times fibs, could arrive at that at the last quarter of the year. And then if this does play out exactly as textbook, which things rarely do, we have the sell point maybe all the way up here at around 250k. So very lofty targets based on this parabola, but something to pay attention to. But thankfully we've recovered, which is great. And we were looking at this previous divergence between open interest, declining volume, and the price action. And just to preface this, open interest, interpreting what's going on is very complicated. It's not as simple as, ooh, open interest is going up, Bitcoin is going down. That means there's a reversal. But in the context of what the price action has been over the last few months, we did get this divergence essentially, and we had the open interest essentially front running Bitcoin's move, and Bitcoin seems to be following. But as you can see, there seems to be a little bit of selling action as well now, which would give us which may indicate, of course, we're going to have a little bit of a correction in the short term. But interesting to look at charts like this, because this has successfully predicted Bitcoin's next move, which we were talking about a couple of weeks ago. So something to keep an eye on when you're trying to figure things out. But again, it is a complicated indicator to interpret. It's very context dependent. Talking about, though, if you're thinking of entering a Bitcoin trade, of course, and you haven't managed to get in around this area, like some of us, this is the 6-hour chart, of course, and we've got 3 potential options. And you should be constructing your trades in the crypto market like this. So we've obviously come above here, which makes this support area, previous strong support, previous resistance, as a pretty good place to come in. But seeing as we've come up quite hot, this is quite a bullish move. A retrace, to this level or even here are on the cards. So you've got 3 potential options, all of which would facilitate this higher low, which we've been looking for. Now, obviously, the bottom range is going to have confluence with the 1 day, of course, which is good. But then we have the top of this range as well, which could do with the retest. So, scaling might be a good idea, but I wouldn't come in here right now. I would probably come in here just presuming that there's going to be a little bit of a retrace and sellers are going to take control. But as we said, this bullish signal isn't going to go away just because we come back down here. As long as we're above the 1 day, as long as we're above the 1 day 200 MA, and obviously with the 6-hour here, we're okay. So things are a lot better for Bitcoin at the moment, and these are your possible entry points to try and front run a move upwards. But just talking about the wider market, as we talked about, we need to see that higher low in order for the rest of the market to start jumping in, right? Now, bearing in mind, the altcoin market has a lot of obstacles in its way. It's waiting for Bitcoin to give us that higher low, that organic price action to confirm the reversal, but also it's a risk asset in very uncertain economic times. And Bitcoin is separate to that as a de-inflationary asset. So what we're looking for, of course, is Bitcoin dominance to show us something. And unfortunately, we have been in a very steep uptrend for quite a while now, a couple of years, and we're waiting for this, of course, to break lower. So we don't have altcoins which are just pumping and then dumping. We have organic movement, which essentially follows Bitcoin on its way up, which we haven't seen yet. So Bitcoin dominance weekly on the right, we do have some bearish divergence coming on, and this is a significant time frame. But with divergences on these time frames, they happen in slow motion. So a move down from here could take a few weeks or even a month or so. So bear that in mind. And of course, the bearish scenario for Bitcoin dominance is a bullish scenario for the cryptocurrency market. But we have to be aware that we still have this upper range to go, which might be the point of a reversal in terms of kicking off maybe altcoin season. But this divergence can't be ignored, but it's not particularly strong either. Not all divergence is created equal. So, the steeper the divergence, the more prominent it typically is. This is just about divergence. So, I wouldn't put too much salt in that bag, but, a move upwards from here would make sense, give Bitcoin a chance to find its feet and move up to the upper range. And then we could arguably, as Bitcoin is attacking all-time highs, maybe around this area, we could start to see the money flow switching. But it's going to require some serious grip to turn on the money for altcoins at the moment.
That's quite a strong trend, that, isn't it?
Yeah, and it's reflective. Yeah, and it's very reflective of this disparity between Bitcoin and the altcoin market at the moment, which is not sitting pretty well with historical precedents. But we kind of look at Ethereum because it's a good barometer, but you can see we haven't recaptured any key levels yet. We've obviously surpassed this lower range, but this is what we need to do. And it's the first move, which is great. The RSI, is front running everything, which is nice, but lots of work for Ethereum to do. And likewise, lots of work for the cryptocurrency market to do as a whole. But this is total 3, previous bull market top, just for reference. And we are finally breaking out of this pattern hesitantly moving away from key support, which could be an indication, of course, that this might be the beginning of a change in the trend for the money flow, and this could be sustained long altcoin movement going forward. But you look at this chart and you look at total 3 compared to Bitcoin. So essentially, when this is going up, the altcoin market is outpacing Bitcoin. Really ugly indices action here. This is really struggling to hold its footing, of course, made worse by Bitcoin's most recent moves, and we're arguably losing support. So difficult conditions for the altcoins at the moment. Obviously, we are seeing these moves from some tokens, but when you zoom out, you know, this is nothing we haven't seen on our journey downwards, and there's no reason to think that this isn't going to continue lower until we have some more sustained movement from Bitcoin, a calmer economic conditions, and then maybe we'll start seeing some proper movement which breaks highs and starts changing the trend. But you have to presume until we see that, you might see something like this continuing as we have done. So these are very short-term trades, trying to capitalize on these bullish moves from Bitcoin, but don't expect Jupe to go to the moon just yet, because the money flow isn't sitting where it
Jupiter.
needs.
Don't expect Jupe to go to Jupiter. No, I was going to ask you.
It is Jupiter. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's Jupiter.
Oh, I thought it was joking. Oh,
No, it is actually Jupiter.
Oh.
It is. It is
right.
now. Checking. I hadn't filled in that gap. Yeah, it is Jupiter.
I was going to ask you, right there. Okay, so at what point would you go? All right, this is definitely going to go up from this. You are waiting for the trend to change completely. Is that right? So
Yeah,
you would typically like.
Yeah, we need a change of character on this time frame, something like that. Yeah.
So you want to break? Okay, so you want to break that that higher low. Excuse me.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to get out of this range. I want to get back into. I mean, I haven't studied Jupiter too much, but yeah, I mean, you can see this is kind of the bullish range, right? So you can see that right down here, this is negative price discovery if you ignore the launch. So it's got a lot of work. Now, different tokens will have different scenarios. Different tokens will have a more bullish context within reach, which is easy to trade. But for Jupiter, for sure, I need to see this range exited, and then I'll be looking to come in. Other altcoins, like we talked about with Cookie, you know, you have different setups. This has a more bullish context in the range which we are in. You see, we've launched from this area previously, where Jupiter, you know, has a bit more work to get back into this kind of bullish range. So this is why you want to, of course, chart multiple coins and tokens. And if you do see them establishing themselves in terms of a nice reversal on the intermediate trend, obviously you can see this is still a downtrend. You can imagine this continuing lower until we see that. But once you do see that, wait for confirmation, then look for an entrance. But Jupiter isn't going to be the one which I'm looking at. You know, Cookie is closer to a more bullish scenario. So for Cookie, as an example, coming in on the retest, the bullish retest of this area, we're in the bullish zone. This is where we've launched from, right? So for Cookie, it's like, okay, if Bitcoin continues up from here, I don't know why we've got two titles, then it can go. But Jupiter, it needs much more sustained money flow movement in order to because it's got to get through here, it's got to get through here, it's got to get up here. A lot more work to do, but don't need to worry about that because I got Cookie. So you know that's the way I approach it.
So I just have a question, Paul. Have you ever considered trading the pound US dollar?
No.
Damn, those charts are like, it's just a mess. It's just a mess, isn't it? You look at those charts, it's like, oh, man.
Look,
like,
you know,
what can happen? Yeah, well, anything. Like
Anything.
Yeah, but this is crypto. Right? This is the reason why I call it the Wild West, right? So, but with increased risk comes increased reward, which is why different markets, you know, Forex, whatever, crypto, you need to take a different approach. Now, TA is the same across, you know, trading. That's fine, but the way we approach it has to be subtly different, of course, because we're dealing with completely different markets. And as you can see, you know, when was the last time you saw the pound dollar do something like this, right? So
yes, no, I get that, but yeah, it's tricky, I think. But in the altcoin markets, since we just briefly spoke about it yesterday, that a lot of these new altcoins coming into the market, they last for one cycle and that's it. So there's a lot of opportunity there. Just, you know, don't you think? just looking for shorts, looking
Yeah,
for.
Yeah, you've got to look. You've got to know what you're trading, right? As we talked about yesterday, like there are deeper, darker corners of the crypto world, where these coins are given birth, and they sadly don't make it necessarily beyond a few weeks or days. But there's extreme money. We talked about how these token launches, the range of price decrease and increase is in the thousands of percent typically, right? Now,
Yeah.
then I don't get involved in those, right? I like to see charts and coins or tokens which are established, even on like lower cap type exchanges like KuCoin or whatever. You're just going to be aware of what you're trading. Previous price action, right, gives you something to trade off, right? And if you've got something which has existed in the previous cycle, then you've got something you can work with, right? Now, I'll always, I'm not averse to having a Hail Mary trade where I've got a new token which has good fundamentals, good support, and then there's no issue there. But I certainly wouldn't be, focusing my attention on those things. I like previous price action. I want a crypto asset to look as much like a traditional asset as possible before I enter it, because I need that to trade off. But there is a whole world out there. But thankfully, the stuff we provide on Prime X is pretty well established, and you don't need to worry necessarily about them disappearing tomorrow. Although, unfortunately, what was the mantra was the exception to the rule, which we were looking at earlier, with its 90% decline in a matter of months. So again, stop loss.
Yeah, but
Stop
that would have
loss.
been.
Always use a stop loss.
Do you think your stop loss would have? Didn't that like? How long did it take to trade down there? Was it like?
Yeah, look, this is the thing. You're absolutely right. If the liquidity isn't there, it can just barrel straight through your stop loss, right? Which that's the circumstance which that happens, because there's complete panic on the exchanges for sure, right? So I mean, it depends on your size of your position, right? But that could have wrecked so many people for sure. Which is why, when you're trading assets with a relatively low market cap, you need to obviously adjust your capital to make sure you're not.
Yeah, for
Black swans, baby. They just come out of the hedges and they bite you,
Yes, absolutely. I just quickly want to show a potential short opportunity that you may want to look for if you are into short-term trading. For the people watching, you may want to look at. Oh, sorry. Let me just quickly share my screen. There. You see, this is the double top, and just based on the Fibonacci retracement levels, we are now hitting off the 50, which is also the neckline area. So a bit of confluence there. Just wait for this candle to close and wait for the new candle to break lower, and that could potentially be just a little short-term trade to the downside. Yeah, Paul, what's your thoughts on that? I know you don't really trade smaller time frames. If you don't get it, like the 61.8 is also pretty good.
Yeah, no, I mean, I do trade. Yeah, I'm not quite as to the extent you guys do. My short-term trades are usually 2 or 3 days, typically.
Long term for me. Long term.
Yeah, no, but I know you laugh at that, because that's like me.
No, I'm laughing because you said like, no, I do short-term trades. Yeah, it's like 2 to 3 days.
It's a year. Right, long term is a year, 18 months. Medium term is a month to 3 months, and short term is a few days. Sure, I mean, if I have a great trade, I've had a few trades which just happen in a few minutes, and that's fine, right? But I'm not on the 1 minute for sure. But yeah, you're right, absolutely. Good setup for a short.
Yes, well, Paul, they all work the same in all the time frames. They do. Howard, do you trade short-term time frames or not really? What's the smallest you'll go down to?
Probably 15. Yeah, 15 minute.
Okay.
15 minute.
Yeah, 15 minute makes sense.
I don't know. This is I do question whether it is the same, right? So the way I look at it is, I'm trying to come up with a stupid metaphor. So,
well, I'll tell you before you come with your metaphor. Let me tell you. Okay, so the short-term time frames. When you trade the short-term time frames, I'm not talking about the NASDAQ scalping. That's different, because I'll just go out to the 1 hour. But things like the pound US dollar and Bitcoin, you do get your bias from me anyway, all the way from the monthly. right? Coming down to the weekly and the daily, and you have a really good idea of what you can expect and so on. So, like, even if I short this, it's coming from the fact that we are bouncing off a key level on the weekly time frame. Do you understand what I mean? Actually, on the monthly time frame, it's very likely to retrace. It's all based on that kind of stuff. So the short-term time frames is still always, there's a much broader or bigger picture behind the reason for the trade, even though it's very short term. I'm not sure if that makes any sense. But
No, it does.
yeah.
I mean, obviously, principally, when this chart could be the daily, it could be the 15-minute. It's the same thing, right? Obviously, right, in terms of what we're looking at. But for me, it's about context. So we talk about, like the potential bearish divergence on Bitcoin dominant weekly, right? And we said that it's going to be, it's going to play out probably in slow motion, right? Now, that is not a signal I'm going to be trading off necessarily right now, right? It's going to be something I've got in the back of my mind, thinking about, potentially what's going to happen over the next few weeks. So in that context, I'm not doing a very good job of the way I look at it. So you're trying to trade, right? You're trying to cross the road, right? And you need to have a good perception of what's happening. And then you go in between the cars, you get across the road, right? But trading like the shorter term timeframes in crypto for me is like lying in the middle of the road with a magnifying glass, trying to look at a granular look at the tarmac, and I can't see the cars coming, right? That's kind of how I see it. So I think it's a contextual issue in terms of, but when you zoom in too much, I struggle to juggle all of the signals because they're happening too quickly. So it's a nice balance between the slow motion of the weekly, right, and absorbing those potential signals, and the more I've got the signal today, which means my setup might play out tomorrow, sort of thing. So that's what I meant by that.
Yeah, things can be a lot clearer when you look at the multi-day, multi-week kind of thing. It seems to be a lot clearer, and then you can use the shorter term intraday stuff to really kind of drill down and find out where the entry points are going to be, kind of thing.
Yes.
You're absolutely right, though. I do start to sweat if I'm on the 5-minute chart. I do.
Sorry, I just really need to. This is I wanted to show you this, but I first need to edit this because. Sorry, guys. I just need to stop the sharing and just make sure there's no names there. I just want to show you. Okay, there's no names here, so I can share that. Look at this. This is a short-term scalper. He's in a trade for about, I don't know, but he places probably 30 seconds, a minute. Let me just quickly show you. Oh, gee, I just hope I'm not. No. There's no names. Definitely no names. I'm not sure if you can see this. He's got 16 Bitcoins in his portfolio, but he's scalping this, right? So you can see he's making, 10 grand for the day, and the next day he lost nearly 20 grand. The next day he made 77 grand, 7,800, and so on. But look at this day here, minus $567,000 that he lost. There? Well, this is the thing.
Where have you got this from, Jannie? Tell me.
So it's someone I work with.
Right, because I've seen this. Are you
serious?
This guy, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
No. I don't think yeah. Okay.
No, I mean he's Let's not go down that road. But yeah, I had a session with this. Yeah. I was talking about it with him. I mean, unless this is an exact coincidence but yeah, that's exactly it. That half a mil trade. Yeah.
Yeah, with a very high success rate, but all you need is that one bad day. Typical people. It's the same with EAs and things like that. People aiming for 99% success rates. You just need that one bad day. It's all down the drain. But yeah,
I'm very confused why you've got that. That's crazy. That's crazy.
That is crazy, isn't it?
But best not go into that. There's not many players, I guess, in the crypto space if he's talking to both of us.
Yeah. I wonder where the risk control is on that.
Well, I just want to point out he didn't come to me until after that.
Yeah, same.
My mind's blown. I don't understand. I don't
And
understand.
just to be clear, I do not promote myself. I do not do. I haven't done for more than 2 years now. No coaching. I don't do anything. It's only when someone approaches me, but I don't do any marketing whatsoever. Like I do hardly do any coaching anymore. So it's just, again, when someone approaches me. But yeah, anyway, this is the Bitcoin setup that is just close. You see, that's a little bearish candle. So I'll probably take this one. I don't think I can actually, because I think I'm margined out here on my Bitcoin trade. You can't really trade. I'm not really sure what the margin is. Is it 1 to 30 or something? I don't know. Yeah, that's so weird.
No, I'm stunned. I'm completely stunned. That was my week. I was thinking about that all week.
About what?
About what you showed me. I'm still there. I've seen it. I was showing it. I was talking to the guy. All right.
Oh, okay.
And any idea how that big down day happened? What was it one trade or was it?
I know exactly.
Yes.
Was it loads of trades or was it one big trade? Or
I don't think we should talk about it.
Yeah, I don't think we should talk about it.
Sorry, Howard. Maybe outside of the stream. But yeah, I mean, yeah, crazy.
Probably can't even speak to him about it. That would be even weirder. Anyway, so this Bitcoin trade is coming down. Anywho, yeah. So we're getting a neckline retest here of the double top on the 15-minute and the half an hour as well. Just like if it breaks that low, you can try and take it, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think I can. I'm already in this trade, so we'll see what happens when it goes down. Right, over to you, Paul. Why don't you show us something interesting?
All right. Let's have a look. I don't know. Let's have a look. I'm sure there's something I've missed in my collection of charts. Whoa, just weird stuff going on. Right, let's have a look. What's going on? Yeah, so we had this confluence between Bitcoin and the M2, right? And that seems to be playing out quite well. I mean, Howard, you got any thoughts on that?
Are you just like moving them around?
Strong.
Oh yeah, though. Sorry.
Yeah, I've heard of that relationship between those two. It's supposed to be a bit of a leader.
Yeah, it's not a long relationship they've had, as you can see, but it is one.
Yeah,
it's
definitely
doing at the moment. And again, look, when you can superimpose Wyckoff patterns, Wyckoff patterns, whatever. You can superimpose them onto a chart and then just watch them invalidate, right? I mean, this is just a bit of fluff just to give us a bit of context to try and understand what's happening under the hood, right? It's not something you would trade exclusively off, but it just helps. It helps. I find stuff like this helps orientate you and calibrate you to the market, right? It gets you in the right mindset about what you want to expect, what's most likely to happen from Bitcoin. So yeah, use stuff like this in that context to orientate yourself to the market. I wouldn't necessarily trade off this at all. Yeah, the RSI is cooling down a bit for Bitcoin. We've had quite a couple of overheated areas over the last couple of days. So as we saw, a bit of downside would be there. The 12 hours again, it's a bit hot now, as is the 4 hour. So that supports the argument that we could have a little bit of a pullback, and that's Trump short entry. I don't remember having a short entry for Trump. Wow.
Is that what you named your alert? Nope. Trump short entry?
I think it's Trump coin, but let me have a look what's going on with that. Let me use my alert to load up the chart. Let's just do that.
The Trump dump.
Trump dump. I like it. I'm
not going to comment on that.
Have you seen talking about the Trump dump? Have you seen those toilet brushes with Trump's hair? Have you seen those things?
I haven't. That's very disrespectful.
It's funny. They make those things about loads of different politicians. It was just it was funny. Carry on.
No, I know you're quite right. It's Yeah, so I've obviously set an alert sometime in the past for this area, and Trump coin appears to be pumping right now. So what is it giving us?
Pump.
Trump pump. Trump pump. I feel more comfortable saying
Wow.
Yeah.
Trump pump.
That's all right. You don't need to keep saying it.
Oh wow. Okay. So this is now exactly. So this is the lower or higher lows that you want to see broken.
Yeah, look,
Lower
I'm not trading.
highs.
I would
highs.
never trade this. I would never.
But
trade
this is where you start to pay attention. Is what I'm saying. You want
Yeah,
to see if it breaks and then.
Yeah, but
whether
this
it
kind of
turns around.
recovery, this kind of recovery from this low down, you should always be, regardless of what you're trading, you should always be very, very wary of it, right? But sure, people will see this and they'll look to come in here potentially, but I'm never going to recommend anything to do with Trump coin because, or nothing to do with the President Trump, but there's, as we talked about, not all coins and tokens are created equally, and this unfortunately is not a credible something, a coin or token you should be trading. But interesting that it's kind of potential short trade here, obviously. But I think given the context, it'll be more bullish. Just wait to see how high it goes. Maybe surpass that high and come in. But yeah, that's Trump coin. That was a bit strange.
How's Melania doing? Is she recovering as well?
Are we going to do this? All right. Look, I'm going to be honest with you, right? Let's just check. I don't think Ola Prime X is very supportive of Melania. Let's have a look. No, I'm pleased to see it. But let's have a look. Just have a look. Melania, Mame, Melania, yeah. Yeah, I mean, not doing great. Sorry, Melania.
Not so much.
Yeah, but, we don't offer that. So, but I mean, look, memes have been. I wouldn't call that a meme coin, but meme coins have been the retail focus of the last year or so, as has AI. Meme more than AI, of course, but when you're looking for credible assets to trade, AI is the first one on the list, even though it's with meme. And I think what we're going to see in the future is, on top of the already kind of wild west of the crypto nature, we will have just tokens, being released. We've talked about how you might just we'll have Domino's Pizza or Chipotle having their own token, right? And like stock, right? And the space at the moment, though, is these, when celebrities or politicians or whoever release these tokens, they are just a make money scheme. They're just a make money scheme for that person.
Yeah, I mean, it sounds too similar to the .com bubble. Remember that? It's like everything with a .com.
Yeah.
People just like and it just boomed, but there's nothing behind it really. There's no value behind it.
I think say what you want to say about popularism, right? In the crypto space, it's not very helpful at all, right? And the worry I have moving outside of the United States, just broadly speaking, I have if you remember a couple of years ago, there's a whole list of, like, including Matt Damon, loads of celebrities which were just promoting generic crypto products, crypto.com, all that kind of stuff. And then they got burned quite badly because, they don't understand the space and they're promoting things they don't understand, and people are following them and they're getting burned as a result, right? So I think we're going to definitely have more of that over the next 5 years or so in the crypto space, which is going to make it very difficult to navigate because, you support, like, I don't know, Tom Brady, and he releases his token, right? You got to buy it, right? That's just the way it goes. You've got his jersey, he's got his cap, you've got his rings, all that kind of stuff. No, but it's like with Ferrari, right? People who go around wearing Ferrari caps and jackets, a significant portion don't have Ferrari, right? And
okay, Bitcoin is ready to trade. Sorry to say,
Bitcoin's ready to trade.
Yeah, on that, like if you go to that 15-minute time frame, it's like you got to enter right now. I'll see if I can enter the trade, even though I'm margined out here.
Yeah, let me stop sharing so we can see what you're doing. Let's see
what you're doing. Okay, let me show
you. So like coins and tokens, just not created equal, and you really need to do your research, certainly for long-term investments, and you should stay away from any trading of any asset which is just a make money quick kind of scheme, and that's the best advice I can give you, right? Not dissing Melania token or anything like that.
Okay, so there is the so that was for me this is the second trade, so I can trade within a trade. So the previous low will be my target. That's like a 1 to 2. Okay, I'll just show you on the other chart here. This is the reason for the trade. Double top, obviously confirmed with a break, and then now that retest level right to the neckline, which is also kind of, right, just slightly above the 50% Fibonacci retracement level. So that's a nice little short, a very tight stop loss, pre-targeting the previous low.
Nice.
All good.
Yeah. So that's the trade. Sorry, Paul, back to you. You were in the middle of a very important sentence.
Nah, I was just filling time. It's all fine.
Okay.
No, I mean, you can fill time and still make sense, right?
Well, maybe you. Not everybody. I certainly can't. Yeah. Listen, what day is it today? Do you know how many times?
Oh, it's always after Easter weekend. It's confusing.
Like Wednesday. No, like to me, like every day is the same. Like my days are pretty much the same every day. Like I get up, look at the charts, and then I do these sessions as well. But before that, it was just get up, look at the markets, play some games. Oh man, I'm playing this game at the moment. Do you play games or not? Do you play games?
No.
I'd like to.
No?
I never have the time.
Oh.
Not since Space Invaders and Asteroids.
No, this is a game called Elden Ring. It is. I hate that game, but I also love the game. It's one of those. It's so difficult. I struggle. Anyway, I don't want to go down.
Because we can twist it, we can turn it, because it's like, you as a trader, you've got to have your zone out space, right? You've got to be able to switch off. I do yoga, right? You play Elden Ring, whatever, right? It's all good.
Yeah, that. Anyway, I'm not really sure.
And how I play Space Invaders, apparently. I mean, emulation.
Many years ago.
Space Invaders.
Show my age now.
I think we're quite similar ages, to be honest, Howard. So don't worry.
Yeah, I think we all are, aren't we? Yeah, I think Howard. I think you're the youngest out of all of us.
Well, I don't know about that.
You started trading at 9, didn't you? 9.
Back to the 80s, mate. Back to the 80s.
Hey, did you know Gorgon Gecko? Did you know him?
Greed is good, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, that's my phone.
Well, that's the game.
Yeah. Sorry, I just want to just switch that thing off. It's a bit far from me. I'll be here now.
Right. Oh, he's gone to play Elden Ring, apparently. There we go.
No, sorry about that. No, but I usually have my phone with me, but it was on charge, just there. And anyway, yeah. So what were we talking about?
Bitcoin short.
Yeah, about your Howard, your Space Invaders game. Yeah.
Yeah. So as a kid, I got into Atari, all that kind of stuff. So yeah, I haven't done a whole lot of gamification of late.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I used to. Well, I know you're a musician as well, Howard. I used to use an Atari for sequencing back in the 80s. And it was the Amiga was my gaming console, right? So, but sadly, I'm too busy with trading to enjoy any of that these days. So that's adulthood, right?
No, like my day is pretty short. Like it's just a London session, and then this analysis, obviously, that we do in the sessions, I find it very helpful. I don't know if you guys feel the same. Just to when you talk over your own way of trading over and over and over, it kind of reinforces it in yourself. You actually become better, I think.
Yeah, no, it's true. I mean, I think you have certainly in crypto a lot of traders which present themselves as God, right? Complete just God, right? This is my Lamborghini. This is my green Lamborghini. This is my yellow Lamborghini, and I'm standing in front of it, right? Dollar, 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 right? But the reality is that we're all on a journey, right? We're all trying to improve. We're never going to become this elite force, and then that'll be it. No more development, right? We're always trying to move forward. The market's always changing. We always need to adapt. And these sessions, of course, for people paying attention, give these different perspectives, different approaches, which isn't just helpful to them, as you said, it's helpful to us, because, you know, like all of you guys, you know, everyone that we have these sessions with, you know, I steal your ideas. I'm sorry, but I do. I steal them, right? And I go away and make money off them, and
Why not?
that's fine. I can do that. What are you going to do about it, right? But it's
We know where you live.
and this is the whole point, right? We're trying to make each other better traders and have improved success rate, right? And if it's working for us, then it should definitely be working for everybody else.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
All right. Well, this Bitcoin trading is pushing a little bit up to the upside, so we'll see what happens at the 61. I won't take another one. Definitely not. I'm still in the trade, but yeah.
Yeah, I'm still sitting short euro dollar. It's just going nowhere, but I'm holding it into the close. So see how we go.
Oh, you go. All right. Well, anyway, guys, that is time. Paul, Howard, always great to see you guys. Have a great evening.
Enjoy.
All the watchers, all the viewers. The next session starts in 30 minutes from now. Have a good one.
Enjoy.
Cheers. Take care.
Take care, guys.
Hey, Michael.
Hey Sam, what's going
How
on?
are you? Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you great. Can you hear me okay?
I'm all good. How are you? And Aymane, how are you doing as well?
Hello,
I
hello,
can hear you
hello.
just fine.
Perfect.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Aymane.
Hello, guys. Michael,
Hey.
How's your trading day been?
really good.
For me, not too bad at all, actually.
Really
sitting
good.
Here, sitting here in two trades, trying to see what they're about to do for me.
Okay, yeah,
Let's see.
Nice. I had a crazy trading day. Oh,
I'm sorry, guys. Bear with me 1 second. I'm not sure what's happening right now.
my.
1 moment.
That's
yeah.
okay. I think...
How was your trading day, Sam?
No problem. Oh, it was so bad at first, and then I kind of pulled it back and ended it in profit. But oh my God, was it bad at first? I had 3 losing trades in a row.
Wow,
It just
wow,
the market was. I don't know if the NASDAQ was the same for you, but it was terrible at first. The S&P 500, it would just spike like crazy, up and down and up and down. And I kept trying. I was essentially chasing the movement. I kept getting like caught and trapped, and I was like getting really frustrated. And then I just moved away, stopped trading for like an hour, came back, set alerts, came back. So really, because I was adamant we're going down today. I wanted to short the market. And then finally, this beautiful move downward happened. I managed to catch pretty much most of it, and like the relief when I went back into like
roller coaster. So you, yeah, it was for sure. It was tough day, and as you said, like sometimes like couple of minutes you see some big movements, and in the NQ also like the ATR was at 20, and I want to, let's say, trade the minis because I was in minis when I saw the ATR 20, and it's funny because it was all recorded, and then I saw this big candle, and then the ATR jumped to 40, and I said, okay, change to micros. It for me, I think I was in the zone today. So I was more, let's say, I took couple of trade, couple of scalp. I think just one loss or small loss and 4 or 5 take profits. It was really good for me, and maybe I got lucky sometimes because my exits, I will show on the recording, like my exits, they were perfectly like to the T. Like I exit and then it reversed, and I took also the sell. I took also the short. The short was beautiful also. So definitely it was good day.
That saved my ass. That short today saved my ass. I'm telling you. I was like right at the limit of like what my risk for the day is, and I was like, man, what am I gonna do? Like, I hate having a losing day. I know it happens, but I really just hate it. Really just ruins like the rest of the evening for me. Like, but I pulled through in the end, so we're all good. I think Michael's having a few technical difficulties. We'll just we'll wait for him. But yeah, man.
Yep.
You see the recording, you're gonna be like, oh, painful.
Yeah, but the bias, definitely we were sitting in my analysis also, we were in a supply. So yes, in the beginning the momentum was bullish, but we were in a supply. So of course we will talk about it more in detail. But yeah, it was okay day, and yeah. I was checking also the S&P, the ES today. When the NASDAQ do something like bad, I want to check like the ES, what we were doing, what the ES doing. But today it was similar, like the same. Just a couple of times, like the NQ break higher, but the ES still like creates SMT, like not breaking higher, but creates a higher like failure. But it was helpful to watch ES also. We had some good movements, and yesterday we talked about I think Trump and Powell. Yeah, Powell.
Yeah.
And
he's not gonna fire him.
Yeah, actually, yesterday night it was a news about it, and you see the market is tanking. Like he said,
Yeah.
like he will never fire him, and then the sentiment was bullish. So until we got today the PMI, I think, and then the sentiment changed a little bit. And
Yeah. Something happened at 3 p.m. UK time. I think 4 p.m. by you. There was new home sales, but that usually like never moves the market. I mean, it's insignificant almost. So I don't think it was the actual. I think that was just a coincidence. But something happened at 3 p.m. where it just I don't know. The market it reacted as if it was high impact news, and I was like, "Whoa, what's going on?"
like the funny thing is when they want to move the market lower, they just need something. any like any news, just not red folder, maybe yellow or orange, and if they want to move it lower, they just
Yeah. The way the market moved today was like high impact news constantly from the open till about, I'll say probably 2 hours after the open. It was as if high impact news kept coming out. It was I've never seen the market move quite like that before. Really skitsy, like just coming like as if I don't know, as if it was like a video game. It wasn't even. It was moving so unrealistic.
The funny thing is, I thought like I have like my platform that I am using, it's lagging because we were going down, and we had some like big push to the upside, and then I thought like I never saw something like this. At least like it give us a little bit of okay, here the momentum is coming, and then push, and then I saw like on trading view the same movements, but it was tough. It was tough today. There was some unexpected movements. So
yeah, it was a tough day. I was at the brink of crying earlier. I'm not crying, but I was so frustrated, man.
But like you were selling from the beginning, like from the open? Or?
Yeah, I was selling, and then I did one buy position because then I thought, okay, I see what's going on. I thought it's going to go back up to another area and then drop down. Literally, I sold, and nope, was wrong. And then I bought, nope, was wrong. And then I sold again, nope, was wrong. And I was like, damn it, man! Like, you can't make this up.
Sound like one of those days.
Yeah, we'll show the. What a day that was! What an absolute day! I mean, that short at the end that saved my ass, man. If that didn't happen, I would have been down for the day. So yeah, who wants to go first and show?
Yeah, I can jump in first. I'll jump on.
Go for it. Go for it, Michael.
Sweet.
Nice haircut, Michael.
Oh, thank you. You're funny for noticing.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't actually notice.
He got me right. Yeah, I got a new barber down here. He getting me right now. So
Aymane's got a very good eye.
And I was like, dude, give me the same exact thing you gave me last time. Cool. So I'll jump into. We've been speaking quite a bit about GU and GJ, so I always like to start with those. Just kind of letting everybody know. Still, this is not my cup of tea yet, right? As I always say, once this 5,200 crosses, for me, I'm looking for some type of interaction off the 200 EMA. And everybody was kind of looking at this for days, like, oh, this might bounce off of here and go long. I'm like, hey, if it does that, then I just missed the move because that's not a setup for me. Like, there's nothing there, right? I would definitely need a touch to the 200 and look at that. What is it doing now? That touch to the 200, right? I always say once this crosses, like once the 5,200 crosses, it wants to come back to the 200 so bad. It's almost like one of those fib retracement levels or something, right? Like it wants to do it so bad that it nearly almost has to. So as you guys can see, not saying it was spot on, but yeah, had you tried to take one of these bounces, it would have got you, right? He would have got you good, actually. So I'm looking more for, and I'll scoot this over, actually. But if you can kind of see, it will be something like this, right? Like something more like a move like this. Now, this would need to close above the 50 at this point, which is fine. It's always just good to know what you're actually looking for, right?
Yeah.
Got to know what you're looking for. Yeah, that's kind of high at this point. So probably when we targeting that, we were targeting these highs. So I think Robert asked you yesterday about 3,200, and I said, hey, that's a little low. You might be want to go for like 3,250. And look where this thing came to, 3,240, right? So
Nice.
pretty much
Very
right
nice.
there, spot on. And again, this structure that you guys always see me draw is what it's playing out to the T, right? And I like to leave these on here too, just so we can always kind of go back and see it. Whoops, let me move that here. All right, so nothing really on GU for me, because again, I was waiting for it to come back and touch the 200, which is it's just now doing. So if Robert is here, we literally just was talking about this yesterday. I guess he's not here yet. Well, yeah, I'm sure he'll jump on in a bit. Yeah, so nothing for GU for me, guys. As you can see, once that again 5,200 crosses, if you notice, price doesn't touch the 200 EMA until right here, and this is when you kind of want to start looking at this, right? A lot of people saw this as an M top and wanted to just try to short this, which isn't a bad move, right? Some people caught that, some people will catch that, and that's a setup for someone. But for me, that is a counter trend trade, and I literally never, after get my account blown countless times, countless heartaches, I don't like to counter trend trade anything. Right? I learned my lesson maybe 20 blown accounts ago, so I don't take those at all. Right? So this is what we're looking for on GU, and then it was all right, yeah, GU, and that's just the chart at the bottom here. As you guys can see, the market baseline has also gone below for that reload, right? Because not only does price want to come down and activate these orders that's short, the 200, once the market baseline dips below this static, the same thing is happening. It's activating orders going short here too. So in essence, and again, it doesn't have to do this. This will keep dropping, right, all the way to 800, wherever it wants to go. But the setup would be, what you're looking for is for it to drop below as well on the TDI, activate those short orders too, turn around and get on out of there and then go long. And you want to be on that move, right? Yeah. So, yeah, that's pretty much it for GU. No action. I was just kind of same markup. It's like the same story for like a week now. I'm just waiting for it right now. You guys might see if this does set up this week, I will take it, but it has to look just like this.
Yeah.
This is going to show that, like if then scenario, right? If this happens, then I'll do that. But if that doesn't happen, then I'm not doing anything. So, but yeah, that's it for GU. GJ was super funky. Not horrible, but I don't like it. And reason being is this isn't a fresh 200 cross, right? The 200, yeah, all the way back here, right? So I'm not interested in trying to short this move at all. So I don't care about any of this. My next move in that cycle would be going back the other way, right? As you can see, we got a, right? So at this point, now I'm kind of looking for this to come, down and give me some type of W structures going long to this 800, right? I got this nice peak low over here. That's why they pulled this off. Actually, this thing came all the way down here. Dipped in there, grabbed some orders, and now they're hitting the other way. So I'll be looking for something more along these lines, right? Long as this R to R makes sense, which it does almost. Well, yeah, it's a 2-for-1. This is nice. So I'm not interested in GJ until this comes on over, right? And then same thing on the TDI, right? I want to see this even though it just crossed to the upside, that's not right. This still would need to come back to the downside to give me that reload and then go, right? Once this happens, then I'm interested in it. Until then, I'm not. I'm just kind of being follow my trading plan, basically. I'm leaving this thing alone. GU and GJ haven't been nice to me lately, and not even on a bad, like taking bad trades or stopping me out or anything. They just have not been setting up. Like for me, they haven't been setting up in quite some time. So I've just been looking at other markets for the most part, but same cycle, same process as I always go through. I'm sitting and I'm waiting for this to happen. If it does, great, I'm on it. If not, great, I'm not on it. It's just that simple.
Yeah.
Right. So cool. That was GU, GJ. Let's get over to some Bitcoin. I've been saying for a minute, if you guys remember, that same thing here. Oh, what happened to my text? What in the world? I don't know why my text disappeared. That's so interesting.
Is it the same Bitcoin chart?
Yep, this is the same one. I don't know how my text disappeared, though. That's kind of weird. But anyway, I'll just retype it. 5,200 cross. I know I'm in level 2. I'm looking for MW off the 200. Right? Did I even spell that right? Yeah, okay, good. All right, so just how I've been saying, once this crosses, right, we're long. Like, we're not necessarily long, but I'm looking for reasons to go long, right? Now, every time we get this interaction off the 200, as you guys can see, it has managed to continue to go longer. Same thing. So this once, gets this twice, and then over here, remember I was saying that I needed a close above this 50 on the daily chart, right? So I said, as soon as this closes above, I'm long. Before this happened, remember I was just neutral. I was mentioning that, hey, if this 50, 200 crosses to the downside, at that point, I would be short, and I'll be looking to take M structures off this 200 going short. And if it closes above the 50 on the daily, I'm in. I'm actually taking the trade, and I'm going long because this is that setup. So I actually entered this on the close of that day. Which is this? Delete these. So yeah, I'm not too much, but I do got 2% on this particular trade. Actually, I'm at break even on this. I'm sorry, so I can't even lose on this trade, which is amazing. And then it's like a little bit over 2.5% for the target on this one. So my entry price, as you can see, is at 87,050 on Bitcoin, right? Which is about right here with this where I got in it. So I'm long Bitcoin. I'm expecting this to, I put stop loss to break even here. It should have been down here. Yeah. Actually, it's already done, so I'll take this off. I will reanalyze this once it gets to about here, though, right? And maybe I will move my stop into profit once it gets to about right here. Yeah. I guess I should have just added that instead. Well, cool. So I'll just put here, move SL into profit, right? So that was that on Bitcoin, just kind of letting it do its thing. Do I think it's going to take out these highs? Probably not. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen with this thing. It's a monster. All I know is I'm not going to lose any money on this trade, and I'm hoping it gets to at least this part, right, to this price, which is like 98, so I can start, at least probably put my position into at least a little bit of profit. Yeah, it would be nice if it blew past all these highs, though, right? Like, yes, that's actually what I was waiting on. So that's that on Bitcoin. And then I was looking at, yeah, okay, so that's good. And then NC. Oh, that was NC. So I was looking at, I'll show NC really quick, NZD CAD, because I was looking at this morning, but it did not play out the way I wanted it to. But it was close, like super close. As you guys can see, I even put the my like stop loss and take profit thing on here, right? So as always, and this one is really, really clear, right? Once you got that M structure and then break, retest, W pattern, long, right? Going back the other way, right? You guys know this, but this is my sweet spot right here, right?
That's the one.
That's the sweet spot. I'm gonna get this shirt made too, Sam. I promise I am.
Please do. It's long overdue, Michael. You need to get the shirt printed.
Right.
And I like the reload part as well. Get reload written at the bottom.
Yeah. Because you gotta put that on there, right? You gotta have it on there. You gotta make sure it all makes sense. Someone can know, like, what does he do? Oh, he's a trader. Right? So cool. If we check this out, right? And like I always say, once you get this 1350 cross here, right? You're looking for, once that 1350 cross happens, we know we are in level 1, right? And we're just looking for that bounce. The only thing I was really looking for is, as I say it almost every time, once this crosses, I want to be with the trend going back towards the 200, as long as this missed it. Like how this piece here did not touch this 200. What I'm expecting is just how you see here to the left, this M pattern, right? For it to break this level, which is right here. So it broke it. This part is this part, right? Come on back, hit this 50 and drop. That is this spot right here. But as you see, it did not do it. It didn't do it at all. Let me move this over so I can take this off. But yeah, it was super close. It would have been a nice 1-for-1. The only thing that I didn't really like about this is this was a huge wick, like really, really tall wick. Now it did give me the 1-for-1 to the 200, because bare minimum looking for the 1-for-1 and the 200 would be my TP. So this did give you exactly that, right? Like this would have gave you the 1-for-1, but as you can see, there was no entry because we never had, once this pulls back and comes over here to the 50, we never had a solid close. This doesn't count. Like this is ugly. This is like a wick. And as you see, this is why you can't trade wicks like this. It was mesh trying to go back the other way, or dojis. Some people call these dojis, right? We never had a solid shift candle that closed below this 13 EMA, which is the red one. And lo and behold, it didn't work out, right? We were looking for a candle like this. Like you see how this red candle just shifted this whole zone and closed solid. Little bit of wick at the top, but little to no wick at the bottom. I wanted to see this candle over here, closing below this 13. Then I would have been all over it, right? Because they would have shifted the zone and they were ready to run to this 200 EMA. But of course, again, that never happened. So that was nothing for me. But it was super close, like super, super close. In fact, I had an alert on here earlier today. This little wick must have pinged it on. And that was it. But the last thing is, as you can see, so on the reload happens on the M or W off the 200, right? Whether that's the 15-minute or the 1-hour chart. But on these setups, which is my master trade setup, right? So I'll just type it out a little bit easier. Right. So on this setup, this is my master trade setup, right? This is my A+ setup, right here. And remember, I only trade in 2 areas, that one and this one. This is where the 5200 crosses. Actually, let me add this in here too, just to make a little bit extra. So this is where the 1350 crosses. And this is my master trade setup, right? In level 1. But here on this next one, right, this is actually where we're looking for the 5200 cross, and we know we're in level 2, and also we're looking for M or W's off the 200, right? So this level 2 requires the reload that we were just talking about, but level 1, like this, there is no reload on this. The only thing I care about is, I'll pull this up just a bit, is when the market baseline crosses like this, right, going to the downside. So the market baseline is below. I'm looking for shorts. The only thing that I need is to have my RSI line and static above this, above the market baseline, how it is now. And then I'm expecting it to just drop like that, which of course it didn't do, but that's the move I'll be looking for. So there's no reload required on this particular setup. So just wanted to clarify that. I wasn't really looking for a reload. I was only looking for my RSI line, my signal line, to be above my market baseline, which it is, right? So super close to taking this today, but again, no real shift candle. And what'll end up happening is I'm gonna delete all of this, and I'll probably call this tomorrow, right? What could still happen is, because mind you, this is NZD CAD. This can play out in Asia, right? So it could do something like this, where it can do this, come here, come back and retest it, and then drop, right? Stops to be above here, entries there. Your TP is still the 200, right? And this can happen in Asia. So this move isn't over with. Not by a long shot.
Yeah.
It's over once it either goes the other way or it basically sets up and touches the 200. Then, you know, it's done. But for now, this trade is still very much in play. So I'm gonna just put here, and what this would be is a second leg. So I'll just put watch for second leg. Leg of master trade, right? Because this is what I would be looking for. When this alert hits me, hits my phone, my watch, the whole nine, I already know what I'm looking for, what I'm looking at. So,
wait, you get alerts on your watch?
Yeah, yep. The Apple Watch. I got the Apple Watch, so when it hits my phone, yeah, it'll just come right to my watch, and it'll say this whole message.
Ah, nice. Can you actually trade on an Apple Watch?
Nah, you can't.
Did you like download?
If it did, I would be scared to do it. Like, I thought that was the M. Like, no, that was a W. Right. Sweet. And then the last
Michael, sorry to interrupt you. Did you ever thought about like automate this strategy? We talked yesterday a little bit about automation, but I think your strategy, you could automate it because it's more systematic. There is strict rules. Did you ever done that? Or?
Dude, when I tell you, so one thing, I'm gonna share my screen so I can see your face when I say this. Remember how we how we talked about Sam, when you said you put a system together and it was like crashing and all of this or whatever. So the new system that I have with the breakout strategy, right, that trades London with the EA that I've been talking about. The reason I was so apprehensive with that is because I had I had a bad experience that cost me maybe $4,000 USD and just throwing money at this damn thing, trying to get it to work. And I just got too frustrated. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to trade this manually because he clearly can't figure this out. And I don't know if I'm explaining it the right way or not. Like, we were kind of like missing each other. Like, we never really overlapped to get that middle part where we're in sync. Like, he's asking this question, I'm explaining it, or he's asking a question that has nothing to do with what I said, or it's just the weirdest thing. I'm like, dude, if this happens for a little bit longer, like, I can't keep throwing money out this. I'm not a throw good money out the bad type of person.
No, of course. Yeah.
Right. So to answer your question, yes, I attempted this for quite a bit. I think this took me 7 months trying to do it, and it just never worked out. And I'm like, you know what? I'm over this. I cannot keep throwing money at this, and I can't keep devoting time to trying to explain this stuff to this guy either. Like, all right, dude, you know what? This this isn't working. Let's just try something else. So when he came back to me with this EA, I'm like, dude, we went down this road already. I am not doing that again. Right? But he was right this time. He was right this time. But this isn't my strat. That's not my strategy. That's something that he found and he put in front of me and asked me to slightly refine or what I would do as a trader. And we kind of talked through it much simpler than when I was trying to get him to systemize my strategy.
Yeah.
I see a lot of people who say they can do it, but again, even my partner who like trades with me in the morning as well, he's not a coder, but he's him and the guy who made my template that you guys see me trading off of on TradingView. They talk and all of that. And I'm like, dude, if y'all can figure this out, great. But if not, I don't want to talk about this anymore. Like, I don't want to talk about trying to systemize this anymore because no, I get angry all over again.
Yeah. No, 100%. I agree.
Yeah. So just to what's the name, to go over that really quick. But yeah, I've tried, and hey, maybe in the future I'll try again if I can find someone to really do it. And I'd say that I don't want anything to do with it. Like, just tell me, you know, and I'll answer basic stuff, but I don't want to be devoting a few hours a week to trying to figure this stuff out. Like, it's just too much.
Yeah.
But cool. And then my last trade for today was EG. Yeah, I'm in EG right now. Is this let's check this out. How far does it need to go? Yeah, it's only up 91 bucks right now. But yeah, I'm in at 59, so basically 60, right? So this is the same exact thing as I always point out, as I'm sure you guys can see this, right? Always this 5200 cross. As soon as I see that, as I always say, I'm looking for M structures off this 200 EMA. Now this one's a bit funky today. I wish I would have recorded this. I never remember to do it in the moment.
Yeah.
I think you guys are good at it because you have an Apple. I'm imagining I would have to get on Zoom and then
there's a program I use Windows as well. There's a program called ShareX, really good. I just have it like it's always in my taskbar, and in the moment I see a trade. Sometimes I am a bit late with it, but I'm like quickly.
Got it. Yeah, I'm gonna have to
I'll
look
send you a
into
link
it.
to it. Don't worry.
Yeah, please do.
It's
Please
a decent
do.
program. It's completely free as well.
Yeah, because that's the last thing I'm thinking about when I'm when I'm booted up, focusing on this. But nice. So let me explain what happened today, right? So I seen this 5200 cross, right? So obviously 5200 cross, and then right. So we know we're in level 2. So we're looking for what? M's or W's off the 200. And I'll say this same stuff all the time, so it's funny for it to play out just like this. But supposedly my mentor told me this has been happening for ages, right? So that's one thing that happens. 2, this doesn't always happen, and this isn't part of the actual setup or strategy. I just can see it when it does happen, which is this 800-200 cross. When I see that, now it's making this pattern off of 2 EMAs. Right. So when this happened earlier today, I literally crushed this damn trade today, guys. I got in right when this candle here, right when it's closed below, I grabbed this trade and I had to step away. So the craziest thing happened. I stepped away, which I never step away before I put my alerts on because I've been in this situation before and it got me again. It's like they knew that I stepped away, so they did this move, right? So I'm in here. I stepped away. Actually, check this out. I stepped away, and I did put my alerts on the first one, and we can check this out, right? Let's see. So look, here it is here. This happened at 9 something is Eastern, right? So it says SL to BE, right? So this triggered earlier today, right? Which was right here. This triggered right here. As soon as it got to around this price, right? So I move my stop loss to break even, and I made the mistake because I stepped away and I wasn't totally focused. I didn't take anything off of this position today. 9 times out of 10, I don't just move my stop loss to break even. I take some off because I don't want to be sitting here all day to not make anything. So I always take partials, except today. I was preoccupied and this totally threw me off. Right. So when it's pulled all the way back here and basically took me out at break even with no profit on here, I was like, dang it, it got me. I was like, I can't believe that I did that. And then when I actually did come back, it was like it was somewhere close. And I was like, oh, did this take me out? Of course it took me out. Of course this thing took me out. So not only did I not take anything off the first one, which I actually should have been up more on this one, I don't like to jump back in positions with my full position. So hence why, if you look at this, right, if you look at EG, my max risk is only $125, which is a half of my position, right? I would normally have the full position on, so I'll be risking $250, but I'm in at a half right now because of what happened earlier today. So got me, right? This is why you gotta, and it's always funny, right? Because no matter how much you follow the plans and whatever, sometimes you can get distracted in one moment and something like this can happen. Was I expecting this to go short? Of course I was, right? But I'm trading this off the 15-minute. But what I'm thinking is I'm on an hour chart because I don't really trade the 15-minute chart that often unless it's my ID50 move. And what happens in 30 minutes, this huge ass candle just falls down and hits my price, right? And I just didn't even register that, oh, you're supposed to take off partials, right? I just moved my stop loss to break even, and that was it. So I missed taking something off of this one, right? Which would have been, in that sense, it's only a half a position, but still, I messed up a little bit today by not doing that, right? So when it did set back up, when it didn't break this high over here, right? This was still in play. And also, as you can see here, we got outside the band, as I always say, inside the band, we got this nice reload. So remember, on the M&Ws, you do need to reload, right? So we got this small reload here, back down. So this trade was still in play. So I took it again. But as I said, I can only take it with half, especially since I already screwed up the position from earlier because I was distracted. Yeah, that was pretty much it for today. So EG, I'm still in here. Of course, Bitcoin, I'm gonna just leave that alone for a bit. But yeah, this would have been a nice, I didn't expect this to go all the way for today, but the ADR is always my TP, or the 200, whichever one. But since this is a M off the 200, the TP would be the ADR low. So
yeah,
and that was really it. Yep.
Well, much busier week than last week. I think last week was a bit dead. The markets, weren't they? But yeah, that's good. Very good.
Yep. So not too much action, but just a little something.
I took a small scalp just on trading view. If I can show
just
it.
now? Go for it.
Let's hear it.
Normally I don't trade. I don't trade at this time, but
we're breaking the rules, Aymane.
for the live. We had to, Sam. We had to. we had to trade live. So, but it's just on trading view. So it's actually I was late into the party because normally I should take it from here. But just to explain, can you see the footprint?
We can't see the footprint. No.
Again, I'm sorry. Entire screen. Yeah.
Hey, Robert's back as well. Hello, Robert.
Hey, what's up, Robert?
Yeah. So we were in a 4-hour supply. I will show it later. We had this candle right here. This is a supply also. And for me, the way I interpreted it is, yes, this is a supply, and sometimes above it there is some sell limits. When we see the volume here, we will come in up like somewhere here. We had like 7,400, 5,000. Volume is slowing, the delta is shifting, and I have this confirmation candle right here. sellers big cluster at the low of the candle with continuation. If we go to the 1 minute, I had this 1 minute confirmation here. We took this previous week, closed bearish, and then I entered somewhere. So normally now it's break even, and yeah, and also one other thing, like the 15 minutes, if you see all of those confirmation, and we had the 15 minutes also, we took this previous week, close bearish, wait for the next candle to open. The momentum I saw it when the candle opened, it was bearish, so I took this trade. So yeah, so there is a lot of demands right here, but from the 4 hour we have this 4 hour here, and we have this gap right here.
Yeah, the gap is going to get filled soon. That's why I was very bearish in my head today as well. Not only were we, in a place of quite near the top already, and there was like a gap in volume near the top for the ES, pretty much the same thing, right? And yeah, so I was really bearish today just because of that, and also the gap. I was hoping the gap would get filled today. Might do. Still got time, but I doubt it.
And yeah, and especially like when you start the NY session and you see a big gap on the Asian session. So like, yeah, you see big momentum, like bullish momentum, but still you have in your head there is a gap there, and sooner or later, is it today, is it tomorrow? So yeah, so this trade is at break even, and yeah,
it's really nice.
Gotta love those free trades.
But just on TradingView, like not on my accounts, but the same idea of trades I took, same like confirmation, same thing. It was it's not nice one to take. So
really nice.
yeah. So sorry, Sam?
No, I said really nice, good stuff.
Oh yeah. So let's talk about. So I put like take profits below this wick right here. So yeah, let's dive into today's session. So today's session was quite interesting because let's go back a little bit to yesterday, the same pattern we had yesterday. So from the Asian session, like we respect the NY session and the Asian session, like we respect the previous low of NY, and we trade like the structure. We were bullish, let's say momentum bullish. The NY session opened yesterday here. This is it. It's here where Sam took the buy, somewhere here.
Yeah.
So and then we got continuation on the NY session. So today, for me when I start the session, actually I start like this. Like let's see the 1 hour. Here, by the way, here we tested the 50% of this 1 hour wick. So yeah. Okay. So I had this demand right here. So I was expecting like the price for my A plus setup to, if the price come here and I have confirmation, absorption plus all the stuff we talk about, and then I would take buys from here. I had a 30-minute demand also here, so I was like more into like taking buys, but from here and from here for the A plus setup, and of course following the momentum in, let's say, yeah, I stopped out at break even on this one. So the A plus setup for me was taking buys from this demand right here and taking buys from this demand right here. So let me show just that. So here, this is pre-session. So I was waiting actually for those demand here. This is the same one. This is the 1 hour. So this demand here that we came into right just like few hours ago. So the bias for me was bullish, but at the same time we are in a supply zone. So if I saw, the plan was if I saw any signs of like sellers, same type of candles that they trade, like good absorption, like invitation for buyers, I was open to take sell. So I took a couple of scalp like in this this move right here. Let me show just the recording. The way I scalp it, 3 minutes, same thing, 3 minutes and 30 seconds and 5 minutes and 30 seconds. The same strategy, like those type of candles here we took previous week. Close bullish, I wait for the next candle and look for the same type of candle. So as you can see here, I was on NQ actually, because I saw like the ATR is 13, as you can see here, 13. So everything was nice, everything is good. And then a couple minutes later, I saw like big momentum, like, and the ATR changed from 13 to I think 30 something. And then I switched to micro. So I took a couple actually of scalps today. So let's just fast forward it. I was here just waiting. Oh, here I changed to MNQ. When I saw this big candle and we jumped from, let's say 13 points on the 30-second time frame to 32, and then I said, okay, just let's take it slowly, trade in my pace, and I switched directly to micros, so I can have a like just good stop loss, like that respect my strategy. So here I got like the first, the direction was bullish. I always, most of the time, not always, like take scalps with the direction, with the momentum. So I don't like to take scalps against the momentum. So here I got this 3 minutes. This is, I think, 3 minutes or 5 minutes. Yeah, 3 minutes. 3 minutes candle. I'm waiting for the close of this 3 minutes. You can see here, we took this previous week, close bullish. The only thing about this candle is it's big candle. So I will wait for the retracements a little bit.
I was gonna say this thing's huge.
yeah. So here I was waiting 3 minutes closure. Same thing. I was waiting here. I saw bearish momentum. Like I always wait, even I get the confirmation, I wait always for the candle to see momentum, because I'm scalping and my let's say my stop loss is small. So if I get this extra edge when I see the next candle, how the momentum open on the next candle, it's always good and give an extra edge, let's say. So
Right.
here I was waiting. I already waiting for the, yeah, here I got the confirmation candle right here, but sorry, this was the confirmation candle. So we have the 3 minutes here close like this, the confirmation candle, it's here, and it was bearish momentum. So the moment I saw this candle here, the momentum is bullish, I took a buy. Stop loss 40 points, ATR is 40, take profit is 40, but we had this supply right here that I didn't like much. So when I saw just the prices reacting to it, and then I closed this trade, I think on 30 points, yeah, 30 points, and I was right. So this was the first trade, and then I took the same trade, same candle again, took this previous week, closed bullish, and I was aiming for 40 points.
So
here.
I'm sorry, Aymane. So it's funny, right? Because it's been several times when I mentioned the trap move, and then you'll ask me what it is. That is the trap move right there. Right? You got that blue candle buy. You got the very next candle that
and buy.
Yep. So the one to the left, like the first one you got in that. One more to the left. Yep, that's the up candle, right? The buy. And then you got the next one that goes up, ends up being a bearish candle. It tricks everyone. And then the very next candle wicks low, right? Grabs that last little bit of liquidity, runs up and closes above the last two candles. That's the trap move.
And actually, it's really interesting candles. Like for you, like it's like trap. For me also, it's sort of this way. For me, like this candle here, it took this previous week close bullish, and then this candle here took this previous week close bearish. So there is sort of, let's say, fight. If you are watching just candles, there is sort of, let's say, buyers want to push, sellers want to push. So if we will break this area, like if we will come to retest it, it's it's good. Let's say if we are retesting it above, like it act like a support, let's say. So yeah.
Yeah,
So
because
this is this.
you've asked me a few times about some clarity
Yeah.
on the trap move, and that's it right there. Right there is the trap move.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's a what I would call like a candlestick pattern within a pattern in essence, right? Because if you look to the left, it's bouncing off that area of support or resistance, whichever you want to call it, in addition to that candlestick pattern.
Here.
So the area to the left. Yep. So how it's kind of bouncing off that area.
Yeah.
So you got that. Let's say note 1 or confluence 1, and then confluence 2 would be that trap pattern, candlestick pattern rather.
Yeah. So this was like the second scalp. If you see here on the 5 minutes on the right, we took this previous week, closed bullish. Next candle, we got this candle right here. So here I moved to break even because like there is a supply, and for me this is, I consider it like a resistance. So we still we close inside here and we close inside this week. You see this week, like we took this previous week, close bearish. So this candle here, it closed inside this week, and this candle also it closed inside this week. So it's like a resistance. So I was waiting more to see the upcoming candles, how we will react. And also I was monitoring the footprint on the 1 minute to see the big clusters. So yeah, that's a little bit. Yeah. Here, this trade, this is the retest of this area that we talked about. The retest here. Let's. Here I will move it.
That's crazy.
Huh?
I said they did it again in that same move. That's crazy. They just faked the mess out of everybody with that move right there.
Yeah. Today it was all just fake. I hated today. Hated it.
So yeah, so I was checking also the footprints, how it looked like. And I saw here on the right side, there is a couple of wicks. Here on the footprint, we have here, I am showing it right now here. Like there is big cluster at the top of the candle right here to 81, and like we are struggling to break. So I was like I got out at maybe 40 or 50 points. So it was good trade.
Yeah,
so
that was nice.
Actually,
I like the way that looked too, because if you looking at it right, like even though it did make that double trap pattern, that last big candle, you can go back to that. Yeah, that last. Look at that huge bullish candle before all of that, right? Before the move. Well, no, go to the right, to the right, to the right, to the right. Let's do like five more candles. Two more. Yep, this one right here. That bullish candle that closed above all of that once again. Nice. I mean, they got him. They got him with that.
Yeah. Yep. So yeah, here I was like just waiting, and just we are sitting in a supply. So my A plus setup is not still there. I saw like those big candles that we talked about, Sam. And first thing I went to check like what is happening in the market. So I went to check like it was like PMI, like nothing big. Maybe here USI 100% China, just nothing that's interesting. So let's forward it a little bit. Yeah, we came back again here to this area right here, and I was monitoring. So here, like if I was not, let's say, taking trades based on the direction I put on, maybe if you saw this sort of candle, you will say, okay, maybe you will take sell here, but not really, because the momentum was bullish, everything was bullish. So to not take longer, let's go to the A plus setup that I took. It's here. It was beautiful actually. So took a small break actually, drink something, eat something, and then came back. came back. It was really beautiful. Like what I saw on the footprints also was really nice. So we were, let's say, here we had this 4 hour, this red one here, you see the background, like 4 hour supply zone. So if we check the volume, like, okay, we have 16,000, 23K on volume, 13, 9,000. Okay, we are still pushing up, but here the volume, like, there is no clear continuation. So here I got the confirmation, like the candle confirmation on the 15 minutes. It was this one, but I will never take a sell based on just a candle, and especially, as I said before, on the Asian session, like I had this pattern, like we are trending from Asian session. So the momentum is bullish, like we are trending. So I will not take sell just based on this candle. So I was waiting. Yes, I saw high volume on this 15-minute candle here, and there is no, let's say, we are struggling a little bit. So here we took this previous week close bullish. To be honest, I was waiting for it to break, and then this will be my fresh demand zone, and I will try to take buys from here. But we struggle again. We close inside this resistance, this candle. Again, we close inside this candle, and then I start thinking to sell. And yeah, we took this previous week, close bearish.
Ooh, that's looking like a nice. That's looking like a nice little setup right now. This is even where it's at right now. This is about to be it could be a possible nice second leg going short, retesting the area again right here.
Yep. Here, like to go short.
Yep. If it can. Oh, never mind. That looks a little funny on that chart. Never mind.
Yeah. So
that's the importance of context, right? Because this chart looks beautiful.
Yeah. So yeah, as I said, like there is volume, big volume. There is a little bit of continuation. Delta, it's okay. It's a mix. Like here, mine's 287. We had some big cluster here. I thought, okay, we are going higher, so I want a clear break and retest to take buys. And then I saw like the delta is shifting, volume is lower, and we are in a 4-hour supply. So here was sort of like around here my entry. Let's go back. Yes, this was on 30 minutes. So 30 minutes we took this previous week, close bearish, and on the footprint chart, like high volume, and then the volume dies. So there is sign of reversal. So yeah, so I entered somewhere here, and I saw actually when I saw this, like it was a little bit, let's say, I was a little bit, I was thinking maybe next candle, this one here, this 5 minutes, if it open up with momentum, maybe those here are not sellers, but maybe buy stops, buy limit stops, and we will trigger some orders here and we will continue. But funny, the way this candle opened, like we dropped a little bit. Sometimes just the open of the candle, it show you, let's say, the direction of the candle. Just this couple of first second of the candle. So yeah, we open up with big clusters on this 5 minute candle, and then I said, okay, so maybe I will stay in a trade. There is potential continuation to the downside, and the context for it was also there is a gap down. There is a lot of confirmation. So my take profit was 188 points, and we hit it. Of course, I didn't wait for it because you will see later that the price jumped somewhere from here till here, and I thought like there would be some squeeze or something. So I got out a little bit. So it was a little bit scary because we were going slow, and then the price, I think 40 points, 50 points in a couple of seconds. I thought it squeezed, so I said, okay, let's take a couple of contracts. We are up for the day. So let's
not do nothing stupid.
Yeah. Here I put my stop loss up here at 68 points, and then the momentum. Here I was just watching the the delta. I was watching the volume is really nice. Like we switched from 16,000, 23,000, 9,000, 16,000 to like 6K. Here it was higher volume, like 4,000. And for me, like this pattern, I was talking about it a lot in terms of volume. Like when we are in a supply and there is high volume into this supply, and then the volume die, like there is high chance that we will get a reverse.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I was showing here. We went from this volume, bigger volume, to let's say 2, 3, 4 times less. So I want to show just the quick. Yeah, here it was here. Yeah, it was so quick. I thought it squeezed because I don't like when the candle move, like the move fast. Most of the time, like there will be a let's say retracement or reversal. So you can see here, boom.
Yeah. And
Yeah, you
typically,
see.
yeah.
So here I took 3 somewhere here. I took 3 micros. I left 2 just to secure we are up. We should not be greedy. And I like took my actually I didn't wait for my take profit. Here I was monitoring just the delta. So we had like higher volume here, 11,000. The delta was really negative. So that's what I left up like 1 or 2 contract because the delta was really negative.
Yeah.
I will wait.
Nasty. See that long wig right there? They be scaling the hell out of people with that.
Yeah. and actually I drove this area right here because maybe if we will come back to this area, it should be on my timing to take sell. It will be a nice area to take sell. To take sell from here. 19.05. So that's it's actually for me. I will close the trade somewhere here.
Very nice.
Yeah.
Nice. Question.
Yeah.
Are you using the same thing Sam's using to record your screen, or you got an Apple computer?
I have Apple computer, like Apple.
Oh, okay. Because y'all recordings look the same. That's what I was asking.
No, for me actually it's a little bit tough to record because in the Mac when you record, like everything goes dark and the focus is just on this screen that you are recording. So it's a little bit tricky, but I have to record. Like sometimes I forget, but I have to record.
Yeah.
For the viewers and for also for
you guys
me,
do a
for the
great job
journal.
about that. I will admit you guys do great with that. I suck at it. Remember to record the screen. That's the last thing that be on my mind.
It takes a while to get used to, but once you do it a few times, then all of a sudden it becomes second nature.
Yeah.
But no, Aymane, that was some really good stuff there.
That was
you had
good.
a very good day. Very good day.
I like your A+ setups too. Like you're like confident. You don't like go too hard. You don't do nothing stupid. It's very calm. Like I even like that. You know, sometimes you step away and like take a break and come back. Like that's smart. It works for you. Keep it up.
Yeah, and actually, like if you calculate the time, like I start at 3:30 and my setup was at 5, so I was really in the limit. You know what I mean? Because like if I didn't get it at this time, I had to stand up. Even with the break, like 1 hour 30, maybe 1 hour 45 minutes is the max I can focus. Like 100%.
Yeah. You sound like me. I got a 2-year-old, so sometimes he's screaming, "Papa, Papa!" I'm like, hold on a second. You know, it's sometimes too much. That's actually what happened today, to be totally honest.
All right. Well, I'm going to share my screen and show you the tragic
roller coaster ride.
Tragic start. All right. Let's see
this roller coaster ride.
I'm going to pull up the charts themselves first and just try and explain the absolute horror show that was this right here. I mean, just look at this, man. Like, this is just disgusting. No matter how you put it, look at these wicks everywhere, like on either side. Like it's just disgusting, right? Like
It is.
I don't know. That's what I was caught in, basically. I was caught, I was trying to buy it and then nope, and then trying to sell it at the bottom and then nope, and then it just kept. But let's play it back. Let's see the horror show that happened today. So the market opened. Now, what I was expecting, right? I was expecting, a sell from this area here, and we'll go back down to the lows, maybe even close that gap, like a really rapid move. So I was expecting something like that to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I was bullish up until we reach this area here, obviously, right? So I thought, okay, I could probably jump in for a buy. If something shows me, I saw a little gap in volume, I just drew it out. The sellers kind of went down into it. I thought, okay, if I see a bit of buy pressure that's been very bullish up until now, I don't think the sellers are going to be making their move. I might jump in for a quick, just for a short little buy, right? I was looking at, 1.2 thousand sellers looked like they were getting trapped, right? These people here looked like they were about to get trapped. The market's like pushing up against them. I was probably a bit premature in jumping in, but nevertheless, I basically jumped in for a position there, had a really tight stop loss. I put my stops literally like here somewhere, really tight stop, right? Because if I was wrong, I was wrong. And I wanted to be wrong quickly. I didn't want to, hold this because I was feeling that we're going to have quite a drop today at some point. So I was already got my finger on the close button thinking, man, maybe I got this wrong right away. So I let it play out. I enter again another position. So I think, all right, now it's making its move up. I'll fast forward it. And as you can see, it starts going towards my stop loss then. And I'm like, damn it, man. Nah, this ain't going to happen. And basically, I get out just before it stops me out. I basically get out. But nonetheless, I basically got stopped out, if you want to put it that way. So that was position number one. Small scalp, didn't work out. All right, fine. And you can already see, just at this point, look how that looks already. That just looks horrendous, right? Everyone is probably thinking, okay, this market's going down. So I thought maybe the same as well. I was thinking, maybe it's actually not going to reach this area. Maybe it's making its move now. Because normally, the sellers were coming in quite strong. We saw these heavy contracts. It seems to be going in their favor. There's no reason to think, although we've got a gap in volume here, which is technically more of a buy position, I thought, because it's like the closest one to it, it's just going to fill this gap and then continue going down. So I thought, all right, I switched my bias now. I'm going to start wanting to sell the market. So I'm just kind of waiting. I'm kind of waiting for a good opportunity, a little pullback, something, to potentially short the market. And there it is. So I highlight, these heavy sellers here who are probably going to defend their position. If the market dips into here and I see sellers coming in again, I'm going in for a short. And that's exactly what I did. All right. I entered a short there, hoping, these sellers are going to defend. And I put my stop loss very tight, but I probably had it a bit too tight, almost got stopped out. So I moved my stop a little just above that wick there. Any second now I move it. Sure, I do somewhere. Oh, no. So, sorry, no, I already moved my stop loss. Sorry, yeah. Now, just watch what happened here, right? I'm not even paying attention too much because I'm my stops are really tight. It's not a big deal. I'm only in for two positions. Again, a short scalp. And then, I'm kind of just waiting around and out of nowhere, it's like news came out. But it wasn't news. This is the thing. Here, I moved my stop a little bit higher just to give that a little bit more breathing room because the market is quite choppy and volatile. I'm just kind of looking, trying to set my take profit, having a look around, not expecting anything to happen right this second. And out of nowhere, the market just wicks up and goes right down, stops me out, pushes right back down again. At this point, I'm like, what the hell just happened?
I hate when that
What on
happens.
earth just happened?
Oh,
I
whoa!
mean,
And then this thing
just,
turned right back
yeah.
around like that too. Oh,
Doesn't that look like high impact moves? And I'm like,
that looks
oh
like
my god, did I
classic
think...
manipulation.
NFP. It looked like NFP.
Yeah.
Yeah. I
Sam,
thought,
you
oh my
traded
god, did I
NFP
like...
today.
Essentially, it was like trading NFP. You're absolutely right. And I thought, there can't be any new... Like, I had a look. The only thing that was coming out was new home sales. But I'm sorry, but that never moves the market. Like, the amount... It's, like, it can't be that, right? So I'm really confused at this point. I'm like, okay, so it wasn't high impact news, but something has clearly happened, right? Anyway, I decided to sit back, say, all right, stopped out twice, and it gapped quite badly. But nevertheless, all right, let's see what happens. So I kind of wait around, I'm looking for the next opportunity. Now my next opportunity is, right, I'm going to short the market. If we break below this, and come back into it, I'm going to short it, and you know, it'll make its move down. So that's my next plan. All right. So I kind of wait. I'm looking around. I'm looking, just, you know, analyzing other sort of stuff. Kind of waiting for the opportunity to present itself. It doesn't seem to go back below, but now the buyers are in control. So I'm again switch my bias, thinking, right, we are actually going to go to that area right at the top, and then it will go down most likely. So I'm looking at these heavy buyers that entered. They seem to be pushing the market up quite well. That area seems to be rejecting quite nicely. So I enter now for a buy and set my stop loss and my take profit. Stops just below, again, really tight stops here. Okay, if it breaks below this area, I really realistically want to be getting out the market. All right, so this is the buyers here. I want them defending this area a bit more rapidly and hopefully, you know, push the market up into that, you know, area of resistance, that, and from there I'll be able to short the market later on. So that was my next move. So I'm waiting, the market starts pushing up. I'm like, finally we're starting to get somewhere. You're nice and strong. This is the kind of area where, realistically speaking, I'll probably get out the market around here, and then I'll be expecting a sell position from there. So kind of wait, and what happens? The market just refuses to really push up more. It's just wicking. As you can see, it's just these wicks. You know, I just wanted to get to there. It's just refusing to do it.
What the hell?
And I know, I'm like, what is going on? Like, all these buyers are coming in, but they keep getting absorbed all the time. And I'm like, all right, give it a few more minutes. Like, sometimes it takes a bit of time, you know, a bit of build up and pressure, but they seem to be doing all right. You know, like, the buyers can push the market up. They're just, you know, I don't know, like, they're just struggling a little bit right now. But any moment now, we should see that nice push up happen. So I'm waiting. We're pushing up. We're breaking the highs. I'm like, okay, we're starting to get there. It's just a bit choppy, not too terrible. And then all of a sudden, it starts going back down again. Starts going back down. And before it gets to basically I get out of break even. I don't even allow it to go near my stop loss. I'm like, no, this market is taking the Michael right now. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's completely taking the mick. Something is not right here. Then I go back to originally my short bias. I'm like, okay, it's gonna go down. These sellers are coming in really strong now. Now they're making their move. This is it. Yep, finally, this is going to be it. So I'm already like 1 break even, 2 losses at the moment, right? I'm seeing these big numbers coming in from the sell side. The sellers are pushing it down really nicely. This is it. This is the big move we've been waiting for. Look at that. The candle's looking nice. Everything. All right. This is clearly it now. This is the big sell move that I wanted to catch all day. So I jump in. And this time I jump in quite aggressively because I'm like, yeah, no, it's going to start moving down hard. I set my stop a bit higher, right? I give my stop loss a lot more breathing room this trade. Okay. This trade hurt. This trade really hurt because I was very confident we're dropping hard, right? I was very confident we're going to drop hard, but you can probably guess what happened. I get stopped out on this one because it just
So you can probably guess what happened.
it just starts going against me again. And
oh my God.
And I'm like, okay, like at this point, look, I could put my stop here, but we've got the point of control right here, which is probably a good chance it will reject from. So really my stop being up here is kind of like the closest it can be until I'm 100% sure, no, I'm wrong. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like
yeah,
it can
agreed.
still reject from these areas. So I had to give it a bit more breathing room, right? And yeah, it just gets worse and worse and worse, and almost got stopped out there. And I'm like, okay, maybe, come on. I'm like praying at this point. Like, don't do this to me. Don't stop me out now. There's no point even manually getting out. I might as well just let it stop me out because it's so close. And yeah, I get stopped out right there, basically. Market wakes up, stops me out, and that was it. So now I'm, 3 losses, 1 break even, and 1 big loss, basically. So at this point, I just kind of sit back. I do nothing. I don't enter any more trades. I'm just analyzing a bit more, formulating a plan, all right? Thinking, okay, clearly the market has got some vendetta against me today. So I finally come back about an hour later, and I place 1 last trade. If this trade doesn't work out, I'm done for the day. There's no more. Same trade again. I'm shorting it, right? I want to short it for that big move down. So what do I see? Why do I enter? Ooh, let me go back to, basically enter because, again, sellers came in really strong, right? You can just about see it off camera there. But the sellers came in nice and strong. Buyers look like they could be trapped. It looks like it's finally making its move. The market is a bit more calmer now as well. So I enter the full position, put my stop loss quite tight again, just above these highs here. And I don't care. I just, it's either going to stop me out again or it's going to hit my take profit at this point. So I kind of just let it play out. And thankfully, this trade just plays out nicely. We just keep dropping nicely. It takes a bit of, look at that drop right there. That's when I start relaxing, when this happened right here, where it just, boom, it just shot down.
Yeah.
All these sellers coming in. That's when I'm like, oh, thankfully, like.
Finally, yes. Without that trade,
finally something.
Yeah, something interesting. You'd have went to sleep thinking about this tonight, Sam.
Yeah, I would have been. I would have been so pissed off.
Taking the break also.
Yeah, the break really calmed me down.
Make the reset.
Absolutely. Like I had to step away from the PC because I was getting too frustrated earlier. And this one, I really hold on. I hold on to it because I want to hit at very least. I have a very ambitious take profit at the gap of the open that we had, but my take profit, where I really realistically want to be getting out is this gap in volume here, where this black line is, right? So that's like ideally where I want it to at least get to that part. So I just hold on. I hold on. Everything's still looking good. It's moving. I mean, look at that candle. It's just looking beautiful. Really nice. I want it to get to that black line there. I'm holding. And eventually we get very close to it. And then we just touch the line and I get out. We do have a little bit of a retracement, but I'm like, nope, I'm going to hold my nerve here, stick to my guns. We're getting to that area. We'll probably even fill the gap today. Do you see what I mean? So what I'm targeting here is really not that ambitious. We're going to get to that area. Like 100% we're going to get to that area. So I hold it. We've got all these heavy sellers here. It's not going to break past there. If it does break past, obviously, all these heavy sellers, then all right, I'll be getting out. So either way, I'm going to be in profit today. I'm not profit today, but either way, I'm going to make money on this trade. And thankfully, it does touch the black line, and I get out the market just as it touches it. boom, I'm out right there. So yeah, so ended up. So just about scraped it back from, you know, oh man, what a day. What an absolute
nice 10K trade.
yes. And you know what's so cool? Like it's just dope, right? Because typically when something like that happened, you would fall off the rocker, you know, and just do something stupid, whatever. As down and as bad as it looked, you fought your way back the right professional way. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
kudos to you, because that could have went the other way.
If I got stopped out again, I think I would have just given up for the week, man. I would have cried myself to sleep and ordered some junk food and just, I don't know, man.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, right? Like when you have that bias and you know what you're doing and you right, it's a fine line between like over trading and the setup is still there, right? Like, and you know what you're looking for, because this could have went to a point where after you took those and you was wrong a few times, where the last one just scared you out and you're like, you know what, I'm done for the day, and you just sat there and watched this thing do exactly what you thought it was going to do the whole time, and that hurts.
Yeah, that would have hurt so bad.
Yeah,
and that's the thing. Like, although I did take 5 trades, they were like the main trades were still the same trade, right? It was always shorting it from here. Do you know what I mean? Back down to ideally, you know, to fill this gap. Didn't quite. Well, we didn't fill it today. Maybe later today. Who knows? But probably tomorrow we'll fill it. But either way, a big move down is what I was expecting today. And I only took those buy positions because I was like, all right, what I'm assuming is going to happen is that. Do you know what I mean? We're going to get to that area here, and then it will drop down. So I could scalp it, really tight stop loss, just scalp it up to here and then do the heavy sell here. But the first time when I put the full position on, I got stopped out because of literally that wick there. That's what happened right here. This
it was wick central before all of those moves. Like every candle had a wick on it.
Yeah, exactly. So I entered here, got stopped out probably around here somewhere, and then it moved up a little bit more and then finally made its move. So it's hard to predict sometimes. These things happen. But yeah, I mean, all in all, I'm happy.
You managed.
But I was.
You managed it really well. But the break you took, it was the right decision, because sometimes, and this is one thing, like like when a trader trusts his strategy, like he knows, like when we are using like 100%, but like we are talking probabilities, but you see things that something is wrong. I understand this feeling, because you know, like for me, like those zones that I draw, when it's not mitigated, like we didn't test them, so I know we have to come back to test them. So when I see bearish momentum, I know this is the target. And you see something is wrong, and it's frustrating, but the best decision you made, like you took a break, you came back, like 5-star trade.
That's how you do it.
Thank you.
That's how you do it.
Eventually we got there. But yeah, sometimes taking a break, you're absolutely right. Because if I kept trading it while we were here in this kind of wiki area where it was just, the market was just, let's be honest, completely taking the piss at this point, I would have just kept getting stopped out, because I would. Do you know what I mean? Like, I would have got frustrated, and then eventually
the mental or daily capital to finish that.
That's it. So I had one last shot, and I thought, okay, I'll wait until it's a really nice setup. And if it happens, it happens. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I'll take that one last bullet you have loaded. You're gonna make use of it. But yeah, it could have got very sour though. It could have got very sour because it could have very easily just come up again a little bit, played around, and then
continue. Yeah.
But thankfully, it just about worked out. But
let's get to these last few questions.
We
gotta jump off in a second. We missed Robert. We we all had an interesting day today, so we was all focused on the charts. We missed these questions or comments rather. But Robert looks like, yeah, break time. It's so cool of him to take his break from work and jump on here, right? Like that's so dope of him. I love that he does that. Get some jewels while you're on your break.
Legend.
You're right.
Absolute legend.
Absolutely. But yeah, everything is going good, Robert. You see Sam, Aymane, and I, we all ran through everything. And it looks like Andre's asking about Sam, GBP, see a bigger picture correction. You want to show that real quick, Sam, or I can do it? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. I'll so real quick, the pound. Yeah, so the pound actually amazingly broke through that area. It gapped right through in the overnight. It just gapped right through when the market closed and opened again, which was very shocking. I mean, I don't know why the market gapped so much. Like across so many markets, we had a huge gap. But I'm still very much bullish on the pound, I think. Again, I doubt we're going to be breaking through these areas. So my kind of bet is we're going to go back up. This is just kind of a retest, and then we're going to go back up. That's kind of my outlook on it. But, hey, the markets are crazy. So, I don't know. The markets are crazy recently. Michael, if you do want to have a quick look at the pound, we've got a few minutes left.
So I actually already got it up.
Means.
Yeah, I know we went over it earlier. You said bit correction. I think we are at that bit correction already. Robert said you guys are the best. Thank you, Robert. You're the best. You're the legend. You show up here every day, even from work. Sweet. So who said that? Was it Andre? Yeah, Andre. Andre said this. So yeah, this is what I'm looking for now. I think we were talking about this. I think he said 3,200 or 3,220 yesterday. You know, send me around 3,250. This is probably, in my opinion, as low as it's about to go. And I'm saying that because price has pretty much already come towards the 200. The 200 mark is at 32.43. So let's round it up and say 32.45, right? Somewhere around there, maybe a little bit lower. I think the dead lowest, again, I could be totally wrong, so don't take any trades off this, but I think the lowest would be somewhere around 32.25, right? Like very, very lowest. Even this pattern I'm drawing here is kind of further up, so it need to be something more like this, right? So yeah, 32.25, I think is probably the lowest it'll go. You want to see some type of interaction off of this 200 EMA before it goes back long. So I'm with Sam. This is still very much bullish. In fact, as I always mention, this is the next. We actually expect this to do this. This is the next move in the cycle. Is to make this pattern off this 200, right, and then go back along. We're right here, right in this cycle. The 5,200 is crossed back here. We're in level 2. We're looking for, in this case, W's off this 200 EMA. So any type of pattern, right? And I would say that the first leg has actually already happened. Sorry, it's a little off. And I say that because if you look right here, we already have this outside the band structure right here on this TDI, right? The next move will be an inside the band and to go up. So I don't think the correction, I think, already happened. This is the correction for it to drop all the way from there to here. That's what? How many pips is that? From this high to this low, looks like about, 191 pips, nearly 200 pips. That is the correction. That's huge. So yeah, I don't think it got much more gas in it than that. That's probably it. So yeah, just look for some type of move off this 200 going back long. I'm with Sam. This is still very much long for me. In fact, I'm hoping this does set up because you guys are going to be able to see this pattern just play out exactly how it's been written out since the 20th, nearly 3 days ago. It's not too far away, but still. Yeah, I don't think it's going to go any shorter than that.
Yeah. No, I
Absolutely,
agree.
Andre.
Watch tomorrow. The pound's going to tank. It's going to go to like all-time lows after we said that.
Right. Just because I said that. Right. Like, dude, really, market maker. I'm gonna have Aymane call his homeboy up there and be like, "Yo, Mike said."
I will show
I think it-
just the level really quick.
Go for it.
So I didn't analyze it, nothing, but we are bullish. We are in this demand right here. So at least we will see a rejection.
Oh,
So
nice.
so we are in this area right here. And as Michael mentioned, I think it was 1 hour, this double bottom here.
Yep.
So yeah, and this
And
big
just imagine
candle.
if it does want to go up and fill that gap, it has to go up to fill that gap. That's a perfect place for it to do it.
Yep.
Yeah. 100%. Well, guys, really good session. Aymane, Michael,
Like
always a
always.
pleasure.
As always. All right, guys.
Guys, thank you
All
very
right,
much.
Robert. All right, Andre, Aymane, Sam. Catch you guys tomorrow.
That's it.
See
Take
you
care, guys.
tomorrow.
See you,
All right,
Robert.
good.
See you, Andre. Take care.